Good morning, good day, good evening. How you doing, everyone? What's up? So, I wanted to continue a little bit with, well, yesterday's stream pretty much. So, for you guys who were here, I am currently, and very randomly, trying to make a game. And yesterday we did actually get quite far. We made a lot of changes. I did a little bit of stream today. I just changed the character a little bit, added like a drop shadow and stuff. But otherwise, nothing has really changed. Sorry, let me lower it a little bit. So one thing I did change is with the object spawner. Because at first we set this so that it reached like the minimum spawn interval, meaning the fastest spawn basically, of the 100 objects. So I changed this to 1000 because I think it's better to have a more gradual climb, if that makes sense. One thing I was trying to do is to change the rotation so that everyone doesn't fall straight down, you know. Don't really know how to do that though, because I thought I would be able to just add a value to the quaternion identity shit. And if we do a 4F, some shit like that. But I'm pretty sure that if we do this, I'm going to get an error. I am pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. Cannot convert from float to Unity Engine quaternion. So basically I don't really know how the rotation actually works, but it's at least not like this. So for now I think we're gonna keep them falling down. This is just a detail, it's not really that important. So quaternion identity. So just to explain what I actually mean here, you know, when we start this up, if it starts, that is. Boom. No, okay. You know how every single one falls like at the same rotation? It would be kind of nice if they could, you know, if they had a little bit of like leeway. So you put the range on maybe like, you know, minus 10 degrees and plus 10 degrees, maybe a bit more. Maybe like 30 degrees to either side. Just to have something more happening, I think that would look pretty good. The thing that actually gave me the idea is because if we take the spawner and we spam this out, let's say we do 100 every second, then obviously it's gonna spawn crazy here, but it looks better because they like, you know, some of them turn a little bit. Wait, I did something wrong. Okay, we fucked something up. What did I do? Match spawn interval. That is the right one. Did I save this? We did. Identity. And spawn interval. Where do I actually name the max and min? Oh, right, up here. Yeah, so we have nothing connected to those, which should be right. So why doesn't this work? Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. I'm putting a bigger number. This means we're gonna wait 100 seconds. That's not right. Let's do like this. So that's 100 every second. So now it's gonna spam. Okay, I just want to show you what I mean, because if we spam them out, then they're gonna knock into each other, and you see how, you know, they lean a bit to the side. Everyone doesn't fall exactly the same. I think that looks better, but obviously we're not gonna spam them out like this. Oh shit, what did I do here? I think I had one... Wait, I can just... Let's go back here. There we go. So right now we spawn one every second, and then it slowly gets more rapid until we have dropped 1000 objects. At that point it's 2 every second, which is pretty fast. Right now with the speed we have, we can't even catch all of them. But the stuff I'm thinking that I want to fix next is probably the health system. So in some way adding like health points, and also the lose condition, meaning that we can get to a game over page, basically. So actually just the game over scene would be off. That's probably what we're gonna have to fix after that. So I tried to make a little bit of like a to-do list to see approximately, like I don't want to go crazy with this, I still want to keep it pretty simple. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to make all of this, but as of right now I'm thinking that we could try and add the health system. Game over, sound effects, I think that part is pretty easy. Start scene I don't really know, but I don't think that should be too difficult. What I'm more so afraid of is because I want to create some form of like currency system, so that you can like buy abilities and different upgrades. And I'm not sure how to actually do that. So for example, just one of them, just for fun, should be to have a bigger mustache, meaning giving you a bigger hitbox, so it actually gets a bit easier to catch them. I think you're gonna need to split this sprite and make the mustache its own sprite, and then somehow through the script transform that into a bigger scale when you upgrade. And then somehow lock that to the rest of the player character, so that only the... Because otherwise what you could do is just make the whole thing bigger, but I'm not sure that's actually gonna work. Wait, have we... Oh yeah, because the problem is that we also changed player movement script to keep this size. Otherwise, if you buy the upgrade, we just have to script something changing this to like 0.12 instead. Then it gets 50% bigger, but that will make everything bigger, and I think it would be more fun if you only size up the mustache. And yeah, so we might have to like go back and change some stuff out later on to actually make some of these more complicated stuff work. But I think I'm gonna wait with that as long as possible. Let's do the more basic and... Well, let's just make the more basic stuff first. And the most important is the health system, which I don't really know how to do. I think we need to add... Obviously we need to add some sprites for like hearts. So we can probably start off by making those. And somehow script it so that every time you miss one, you should remove one heart. And that should be pretty easy, because here we have... Yeah, if you miss one and it hits the blocking object instead of the player, you destroy the object. So then after this, we should be able to do something like destroy game object, and let's say we're gonna call that like fucking hot container, I don't know. And that should probably work. But we have to make sure that we always destroy the one to the right. And then I guess we're gonna need to... Fuck, this is gonna be a bit complicated. We're gonna need to make some sort of if statement, like if... if there's no hearts left, basically, then fucking game over. I don't know. I think it's... We're gonna need to do something like that, but I don't know. I think I might... Maybe we'll watch a little bit of like a tutorial on heart systems or health systems. Or we could just ask ChatGPT. I don't think it should be too hard. I think I'm gonna make the sprite first, because no matter how we do this, we are going to need a sprite. So say we start off with 3 hearts, and then somehow I think later on with the health upgrade we might make it so that you can have like 5 or 6 hearts. And then we might have to go back and change something with the script to make it work. Because like this is the complicated thing. I don't know like the best order to do stuff, because right now I assume it works like this, you know. Let's say we made 3 heart containers, and then we script something so if you miss one, you remove. This is I think the easiest way for me to script it, as in for someone who doesn't actually know what it's doing. I think the easiest would be to first off make a script that if you miss one, you remove like hot container number 3. And if you miss the second one, you remove the second one, and if you miss the last one, it's game over. The problem is that when we later on try to do the health upgrade, we're gonna be able to add more hearts, and if we use the same script, it's probably still going to remove these 3, and then it's game over. So at that point we probably need to figure out how to make the script always do the last heart. Maybe you can change it with like an if statement as well. Like if the player has health upgrade 1, which is 1 more heart, then remove that heart first and then do the rest. I don't know, I think that should work. Okay, I'm just gonna make something easy here. Is that gonna blend too much? Might actually blend a bit much. Maybe we should just do it more red. I mean, that is the standard, let's be honest. Yeah, I think that works. Let's put the stroke on this fucker. I think it's nice to have just a little bit of texture. Look who it is. What's up, Joao? How you doing? Like, we can change this later if we want to. I think we can do something like this for now. I'm fine, what you doing? I'm trying to create a health system. I think that's the next thing, to make it so that you actually lose if you miss too many. Because until we have fixed that, this is like technically not even a game, because, well, you can just stand still and you're gonna get a... If you wait long enough, you're gonna have a good score. You know what I mean? So I think we need to make a health system. So I'm starting off just creating the changed it. I'm just making the art for it first, and then we're gonna actually look into how to do the actual coding for this. I'm not entirely sure how to do that. I don't know. Is the shadow a bit much? Anyway, this doesn't matter. Like, the art is not the most important stuff right now, because we can change this at like any given time. So let's just say that this is good enough. For this. Is it too hard? Yeah, I think it might... it's gonna be good enough. No. I like it. So yeah, basically, like I said before, I made a to-do list to kind of focus on trying, like, make a structure of like what we're actually trying to do. And I just realized you can't see all of this, but it's basically the health system, game over scene, sound effects, start scene, and then last but not least we have the upgrade system and the game saver, which I think is gonna be the hardest parts to do, but I think it's nice to do them because that is basically what adds replayability in some regard. That makes sense. Okay, let's see. We need to add some sprites and shit. And we want art container. I'm not sure this is true. Does this actually work? Oh, maybe it did. Doesn't matter. I think we should make a new layer. Let's call this like... Let's make a separate one for this. So let's do health. Oh, right. Score. You know, let's do a new one here too. Because otherwise they're gonna fall over the health, which I think is gonna look a bit odd. I think it looks better if this is always in front. But that's actually gonna make it harder, because it's harder to see when they actually fall at that. I don't know. Let's do it like this for now. So this is still way too big. I think that's still too big, to be honest. That works. Let's do it like this for now, for the time being. Okay, let's see. 877. Okay, let's do... Let's see, the first one was 877, so let's do 120 away. Then we duplicate this one, and we do 120 away. That looks right, doesn't it? So this is, for now, I think we can script this something like, if you... if you miss one, then remove hot container 3. Boom. If you miss another one, remove hot container 2. And then we might have to re-script this once we get the actual upgrades working. But I don't know how to do that right now, so I'm not gonna stress about it. I think we're just gonna do this the easiest way possible first. Because I don't wanna completely overwhelm myself here. If that makes any sense. So now the question is, how do we actually make this into our health? At first I was thinking that we should do this in the player script, but I actually don't think that's right. ChatGPT, yeah, I thought about that. We could ask ChatGPT or see if we can find some good tutorial explaining this. Either or, really. Because, like I said, I do have some idea. Just I don't think we can use the player movement. What's up, Yana? How you doing? Nice to see you, dude. But I think through the falling object, because here we have this, which is if the object is hit by the player, then we add one score and we blah blah blah, update the score value. And this is fine. But then here, if it's hit by a blocking object, as in other words, not the player, as in if we miss the object, then we destroy that object. And then here we could also, like, you know, destroy game object. I don't know if, can we do hot container 3? I'm not sure this works, but I think we should do something like this. So now if we miss one, we're gonna destroy that. And then I don't know if we have to do like an if statement. So like, if hot container 3 is missing, then destroy hot container 2, and so on. I think that's a possibility. Let's actually try this code just to see if it works. No. Oh, easy fix. I just missed. Let's see. I need to do a semicolon. Boom. Okay, game object does not contain the definition for heart 3. So basically he can't find the heart 3. Maybe we can do this in... Maybe we should do a separate script for the hearts. Maybe that works. And we actually add a script to the hearts, because I'm pretty sure the following object, like this is public, so through the heart script we should probably find this and like... But it's... no, it should be easier to do through here, since we already have this if tag mentioning if we missed it. Like, look, I don't really know what I'm talking about. Sorry, if you actually know how to program, this is probably a nightmare for you to listen to, but I'm trying my best, I promise. Okay, so I think right now the only thing is that he doesn't find the actual heart 3. So can I make like a public sprite renderer? Yeah, just if we remove that one, then it goes away. Oh, but all of these are technically the same sprite, so maybe that doesn't work. How do I find the object, the heart? You know what we could do? You need to make an empty heart when you lose 1 health. That's a good idea actually, but that's pretty easy. We can actually make the script so that this one disappears, and then we literally just put an image of an empty one behind. So we don't actually need to script the empty heart, I think. Because that will like automatically be visible when this one disappears. So that's a good idea. I think it's gonna... it might look better to still have like an empty heart, showing what you could have been if you didn't fuck up, could have had. But I don't think... Let's see if we can get the script working first. Obviously we have to make this so that you actually fail the game as well, which I don't know how to do. So, public... How do I find heart 3 in here? What can I do? Let's do like this. Let's open... give me just a second. Because I did do a little bit of a cheat sheet here before. Let's see if I have something here that can help us. Look, I am gonna have to look this up, either through ChatGPT or through a tutorial, most likely, if no one in chat knows how to actually do this. But I'm thinking it's more interesting if I try to like figure out if I can make something sort of work, because obviously I like learning, you know, and I don't want to be too quick to try and instantly look it up if I can. Because if I can figure it out by myself, it's probably gonna stick in the memory a bit better. Protection type, string, int, float, bool. So okay, we can't use any of these because we need to somehow... You want to learn it, not copy paste, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to copy paste a little bit, but I want to learn wherever I can. But here we have the component type sprite renderer, so I think we can do something with that, because that is what we're using to actually show the heart. Here, get component rend sprite renderer. Oh, but then I have to do it. Yeah, I might need to make a counter that counts how many I've actually missed, and because then we could do a script for the hearts, making it something like, because we can make one for each heart, and like if you miss one, then heart containing 3 disappears. And to disappear, we're gonna need to do destroy that object. Oh, wait, just to see if it works. What if we do... We just remove game object, destroy hot 3. No. Yeah, no, that's not working. I think we should look... I think I need to look this up. Because then you can do something like check whether hot 3 is missing. If it's missing, remove hot 2 instead. And like, yeah, if... Yeah, like... If you miss one, then destroy hot container 3. And then through that code we can do something like, if that one is destroyed, destroy hot container 2. If that one is destroyed, destroy hot container 1 and make the game over. What's the name for the style of this game? I don't even know, dude, to be honest. I mean, it's a 2D game. I call this like a catching game. I don't know if that's an actual term, but it's simple. The problem is, I wonder if I need to use the get component. Right. Want to search about games like that on Play Store to give you good ideas. I don't know what you would call this actually, to be honest. I mean, it's like a mini game basically. Wait, why do we have errors? Oh, wait, is it didn't... Fuck. What's the problem, mate? Falling objects. Line 6, public class. Oh, I just wrote public and forgot to actually add something. That's the problem. Let's see if this works better. There we go. Easy. I did up the difficulty level a little bit, so it's actually a bit harder straight from the get-go. Because I realized that as soon as it feels like too easy, it's not even fun, because you're just waiting for them to fall down. Now it starts off on a very possible, but still challenging enough. It's like even those that get far apart, like you can take them, you just... But it doesn't feel like you have to wait too long for the other ones. Oh, fuck. But you see, I actually missed one even now. But like I said, since they start falling faster and faster, I plan on actually adding upgrades later on, so you can get like faster speed and stuff. Which should be pretty easy, since we can literally just somehow script it so that you change the speed of the player to like 1.5 instead. And that would probably give you quite a lot faster pace. Yeah. Instantly much easier. You know how to add sound on game? I think... I mean, no, not really, but I think it's pretty easy. What did I have? 1.2? I think so, yeah. Because the most important sounds are the sounds for catching and for missing, which I think you can do through the following object script. So we just keep on adding stuff here, like if it's caught by the player, then like you instantiate what do you instantiate? Object is spawn, but we don't want to spawn an object. It's more like, can you not instantiate the sound? Yeah, but we're gonna be able to strip that. That's probably just one line of code to actually get that to work, so that should be pretty easy. Should we do that first? Because that's probably actually easier than the health system. Hello. How do I add... I'm making a game in Unity where you catch stuff falling from the sky. I'm pretty sure I need to do this through the following object script, so right now the game is working, and for the falling objects I have a script looking like this. I want to add sound effects to... I want to play a sound effect when you catch one, as in when it collides with the player, as well as when you miss one, when it collides with the blocking layer. How do I do this? This should just be like, there must be some line being basically like, if this happens, play fucking MP3 sound this, which you add to the game. It should be pretty easy. Okay, so... Okay, we have to name the... Let's see, what did it change? We have to name the audio clips first. Catch sound, miss sound. Oh yeah, that's so that we can then, through the inspector, we add the sound to that part to make this play when something happens. And then... Here, if it collides with the player, audio source play one shot catch sound. Play miss sound. Audio source play one shot miss sound. Okay, so this should be really easy. Wait, where's this private audio source? Audio source. Audio source. Huh? Audio source. Oh, and then it takes the miss sound, which we named here, which is the audio clip that we added. Okay, I think this is correct. Like, even though I don't really know how to code, you have to be a bit wary when it comes to ChatGPT, because sometimes he does say kind of weird stuff. And like, I think it's pretty bad when someone like me, who don't really know how to code, can look at the code that ChatGPT did and be like, this is not correct. But obviously, it's gonna get better. Okay, so first of all, we have to name some stuff. So we have to make the public audio clip that we're gonna call catch sound. and then public audio clip miss sound. And then I don't know, I think we should skip this and just play the audio clip and do that play one shot, but let's do this anyway. Audio source, which we name audio source, very convenient. Oh, get component. Why do I need that? Get audio source. But if I add the clip here, why can I not just, instead of doing audio source here, can I not put like audio clip catch sound play one shot? Wouldn't that also work? This doesn't really make sense. I'm not entirely sure this code is actually correct, but let's try it. Void start. And then if you catch one, then we play catch sound effects, which we do by apparently adding audio source, play one shot, which I guess means to play it only one time, and then we specify the catch sound. It does say here that I should add clip, but let's not do that, because here we have audio clip, so I don't think that's needed. And that should be fine. And then if we miss one, we play the miss sound effect, which we do by basically doing the same thing. But then instead we add the miss sound. Let's try and save this and see what happens. Nope. Name miss sound does not exist in the current context. Audio source cannot be found. But I mean, in some technicality, I think the problem is that if we go to the following object, oh, I thought I would be able to add the sounds here. Your next game will be GTA 6, yeah. Okay. Audio source could not be found. Am I missing something? Oh. I see one mistake. This needs to be audio source with capital. That shit is apparently very important. Audio source, one shot, sound. Okay, let's try and save it like this and see what changes. Okay, one of them removed. The name Miss Sound does not exist in the current context, which is line 34. Miss Sound. Oh, I put Miss Sounds here. So if we change that to Miss Sound, we should be fine. Okay. Yeah, and now we have catch sound and miss sound. So now we just need to create some sounds for this, and we should probably be fine. So... okay, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna do some stupid sounds now, and then if we want to, we can fix them later, okay? Wait, how do I actually do this? Do I have... might have to actually create this through like Sony Vegas or something instead, because I don't think I have any... I don't have Audacity or Audacity or anything like that. Okay, let's use Sony Vegas. Våra fodas. It's a nice phrase to say when you die. That's true. We should make something more dramatic when you die. Obviously we haven't gotten to the death scene yet. But we can do something, because I do want him to be like fodas when you actually miss one. And then I guess it makes sense to just have like a eating sound when you miss one. No, when you catch one, sorry. Let me just check here. If I do it through this, should be able to render a... because I can record in here, right? Can I not? Otherwise I could do it through OBS. No, here we have it. Okay, so what do we need? We need two sounds. We need the eating sound and the death sound. That's pretty much all we need. And we're just gonna make this quickly now just to see whether it works or not. Basically. So, okay, what should we do? For this, when you die. Or not when you die, when you miss one. I think that works good. Track 1 works. Fodas. Fodas. Okay. Fodas. Fodas. That's gonna be... oh, wait. I feel like... just keep in mind here that you're gonna catch quite a lot. That's how I sound when I eat. What's up, Simply Mario? Welcome. Second one was cute. Fodas. But I feel like it's not angry enough, is it? Because I don't sound Fodas. It sounds like, ah, fuck. You know, you still want him to sound mad when he actually misses one. Fodas? I don't know. Is this gonna be annoying to listen at? Because imagine, you're gonna hear this over and over and over again. Ah, fuck it. Let's just lower the volume a bit and it might be fine. Fodas. Okay. Fodas. 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 I don't know how good my vowels are here. Oh, I know what we can do. What's the name of the Fordes guy on Instagram? If you're Portuguese, you should know who I mean, yeah? Oh, this is him. Perfect. Okay, how does he say it? Let's listen to... Here's a Portuguese one. He always says it.
It was...
Sju. Polen. Polónia. É tão difícil de perceber que isto é Portugal. Amiga, isto é Portugal. Portugal. Foda-se.
It was...
Sju.
I wanted to... I don't know, I wanted to be a little bit more angry though. Because obviously you're only gonna miss them like one... Well, technically in the beginning you're only gonna hear this sound twice. Which is when you miss the first one and the second one. Because on the last one you're gonna die, and I assume we're gonna play a different sound. Or maybe that should be the angry one.
In Portugal, we don't say, yes, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Nós dizemos... Estou... 5 minutos. Foda-se. In...
These are still pretty like, this, like, it's not, there's no like passion to it, you know what I mean?
What's the most attractive language?
Portuguese.
Ah, foda-se.
That's
What's
better.
the most attractive language?
Portuguese.
Ah, foda-se.
Yeah, something more like that.
What's the most attractive language?
Portuguese.
Ah, foda-se.
Foda-se. This guy always in random places. It does make pretty funny content, not gonna lie. Foda-se. I like my eating sound there. Let's see. What does this mean? Is it a F word in Portuguese or something? Exactly, dude. Exactly. That's pretty on point. I mean, that's exactly what it is. So basically, like obviously I'm new to game development. This is not something I normally do. But like in general, most of my content is about language learning, and I'm a learner of Portuguese. Hence why this game ended up being quite Portuguese inspired. So we have a bit of a Portuguese caricature. I can't say that fucking word. And then the stuff that's actually falling is pastel de nata, which is a Portuguese dessert. So we do have a little bit of like a theme going on here, you know? Yeah, you know what? I actually like the eating sound. It's pretty decent for being first try. Foda-se. I wish I could just steal his voice here, man. Let's not do that.
What's the most attractive language?
Portuguese.
Ah, foda-se.
Foda-se. I don't know, what you think, João? Foda-se. I have a lot of these now. Foda-se. You start off getting this one at least. Okay, that should work. You eat pastel de nata with a spoon? I think I did both. I both ate it with a spoon and by hand. Dude, I ate like one pastel de nata every day I was in Portugal. I'm learning game development too. I'm not home with my computer, so I'm learning with you. Nice, dude. So you're also using Unity then, I assume? Looks like a native speaker, really nice pronunciation. Thank you, dude. Which one do you think is best? Should we use more of the you know? For this, one of these, or something more for this, for this, for this, for this, for this, for this, for this. Yeah, Unity. I've been using the Unity Learn thing to teach myself. Yeah, I did see they had something like that. I completely skipped that part, and then I ended up asking ChatGPT to help me out when I get stuck instead. Are they good? Would you recommend using the Unity Learn stuff? Because I saw they had some templates or something you could use. The second and the third are really nice. So you mean this one for this, and that one. Am I correct? For this. The 16 and 18. Okay, yeah, perfect. For this. For this. For this. For this. For this. For this. I wonder if the quick one is better, because it's gonna play right when you miss it. So I feel like if just this one is quite long, it's a very for this, you know? So I wonder if it's gonna sound like he is like slow at reacting. For this, for this, for this. I mean, you could shorten it down, of course. For this, for this, for this. Fuck it, let's use this one for now. You know Shrek? You mean the movie? Yeah. I think the Unity Learn is pretty useful. It's time consuming though. I see. They say for this in movies. Some people hear for this. Oh, it does? Did not know that. For this. For this. For this. For this. For this. For this. We could do something like that just for fun. Like when you hit like 100, you just hear forgo. For this. For this. So now you're gonna, you catch them, and then you miss one. For this. For this. Oh, okay, this works. Okay, render as. Because I can MP3 audio, that sounds good. I don't know which template, let's just use this one. Let's save this in the folder where we have the rest. So let's call this wait, which one did I do? I think this was the eating, which is the catch sound. For this, then we render this one, which we are going to call miss sound. Didn't even know about that chat thing before coming here. I just bookmarked it in my phone browser. It's quite useful. So it's basically, you know, an AI you can chat to. But it doesn't work that good when you ask him to write too much code, because sometimes it's... Only thing I don't like is that you have to give them your fucking phone number to make an account. That's the only thing I was a little bit bugged about. I think it's to like not make it too overused or whatever, so people can't have like 16 accounts each. But, you know, I don't want to give out my fucking phone number. Why do they need my phone number? You know what I mean? Shrek 2 for this.
Fora, burro!
Não, 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 pai, não faz mal, não faz mal, ele veio com a gente. Ele ajudou a salvar-me do dragão.
É, exatamente, o nobre corcel. Oh, faz favor, então e o prato para o corcel? Oh, bolas. Bolas, oh, bolas, oh, bolas.
Should have stolen that sound as well. That was good. Burro has so much more meanings when you tell it to the donkey. So for anyone who don't speak Portuguese, burro means dumb, but it does also mean donkey. So it's quite fitting. It's a mystery, I see. It didn't sound like...
Bolas, oh, bolas, oh, bolas.
I definitely hear for this. Okay, so how do we do this now? I think we prefab some shit. Let's just put it in here, just I don't know what else to do. And we should have miss sound and catch sound. Let's import both. And then we need to go to this script, and we have catch sound, miss sound. Okay. Shit, I'm actually a bit nervous here. How is this gonna play out? Is this gonna work? No, I can't even catch them anymore. Value cannot be null. Okay, something... But they're not even... Something messed up big time. Just they're not even disappearing, are they? No, they're following through now. Why is that? Just because I added these. Okay, something is clearly not working. What did I say? Value cannot be null. Parameter name is source. Unity audio source play one shot Unity engine audio clip system signal volume. What the fuck does this mean, mate? The beauty of coding, you add one thing, everything messes up. So fucking true, every goddamn time. It's like you wanna change or tweak one little thing and all of a sudden you have like 2 hours of fucking debugging to do. Every single time, it's mad. But you know what you do then? All you do is that you copy this, you open Firefox, and we go right back to ChatGPT. Let's see if I missed something. In this modified script, you first define 2 public audio clip variables for the catch and miss sounds respectively. Then in the start function, you get a reference to the audio source component attached to the same object as the script. This assumes that you have added an audio source component to the same object as the script, which we have, because this is the falling object, and the falling object, yeah, this is the falling object script, which is added to the Pashteldenata falling object script. So that should be correct. And I've assigned catch and miss sounds to the corresponding audio clip variables, which we have indeed done. We have the catch sound and the miss sound. In the on-treated 2D function, you play the catch or miss sound effect using play shot method of the audio source component and then perform the catch or miss actions. Play one shot method allows you to play sound effect without interrupting any other sound effects that may be playing from the same audio source component. Note that you can adjust the volume and other audio properties in the audio source component for your lighting using the inspector. Is the problem that I don't have an audio source to begin with? Do I have to like add audio source? Oh. Method of the audio source component. Yes, we do need to add that component. Okay, so this was human error. I did miss something. I mean, let's be honest, it usually is my fault. And then perform the catch and miss actions. The play one shot allows you to play sound effect without interrupting. So what does that actually mean? Does that mean that rather than having the actual sound file there, I drag, but I can't put one of these audio sources in. Get component audio source. You like to play games? I mean, I do. To be fair, I don't play that much nowadays. That often rather. Like, I do like playing games. Some of my favorite games are like Dark Souls and Binding of Isaac, I would probably say. Or some of my like all-time favorites. Borderlands, great series as well. Okay, so, I mean, I do feel like we are on the path here, because we do miss this audio source component. But I don't know, because if I add the catch sound here, output. Okay, this is not it. Just now it just keeps playing. It keeps playing every time it spawns, doesn't it? Yeah, it plays the sound every time you spawn it, which is not correct. So I assume something in the script then must be wrong. Oh no, it's because I put this one on the actual object, so when the object enters the scene, it plays the sound. So this is still not correct. I think the code is not right. I don't like Dark Souls, so hard for me. I don't like the combat. Yeah, I think the hard part is sort of like it's very unforgiving, but that's also what like makes it so rewarding when you actually like. I've had a few bosses in Dark Souls 1 that I shit you not, I spent like over probably 100 attempts before I actually beat the boss. And obviously that is incredibly frustrating, but when you actually beat the boss, it's so like it's a dopamine kick like a fucking drug, man. But like Hollow Knight is more easy to learn. I've never played Hollow Knight. I know what it is though. It's a cool art style. Ah. My coffee is cold. This is way too late for me to be drinking coffee anyway. Play on awake. Let's remove that. See what happens. But it still doesn't play when we catch it, which is what it's supposed to do. But I don't actually get any errors this time. Play on awake, bypass reverb, bypass listening, mute. Output? I mean, none? I don't fucking know. Play the sound when the scene loads. Yeah, that's not what we want. Bypass, ignore any reverb zones. I just want to see what happens again. What if we remove this component, then we get an error, right? Yeah. Because we don't have the actual audio source. I'm confused. ChatGPT, help me. Right now the sound, I added the sound effects MP3 in the inspector for the script. First of all, I changed the script like you told me to, and added the sound effects in the inspector for the script. But then no sounds were playing and I got this error. I assumed that this is because I was missing the audio source component on the prefab. I tried adding one and included the audio of the catch sound, but then it instead played every time the item spawned. Or tried removing the what was it called? Play on awake. Play on awake check mark, but then it never played at all. What should be the issue? Sometimes the bosses of Dark Souls hit you from nowhere, like the sword teleport. Yeah, I mean, it is a hard game, that's for sure. The error message you're seeing indicates that the audio source variable is null. This likely means that audio source component is not being properly assigned to the audio source variable in the start function. One reason it's not present on same game object that's following the object script, which was true. Double check that audio source component is present. Another reason why this is happening is if the audio clip assigned to the catch sound miss sound variable is null. But that is not the case. Regarding the issue when they're playing with the prefab spawn, one solution would be to set the play on wait option to false on the audio source component and then manually play the clip in the untreated 2D function as shown in the previous. But that's what I did! If you want to ensure that audio source component is present on the prefab, one option is to add it as a child object on the prefab and make sure it's properly positioned and oriented relative to the parent object. Then in your script you can use getComponent in children audio source instead of getComponent audio source. Then get a reference to the audio source component. This will search for the audio source component in the parent object and all of its children. What? For this. And I had to try. Okay. Let's see if either one works. Yeah. It doesn't work when I catch them nor when I miss them. If you want to ensure that the audio source component is present on the prefab, one option is to add it as a child object of the prefab. I don't understand this. You have a driving license? I do. I do indeed. I've had it for, damn, why is it like 7 years now, I think. I'm getting old, guys. Fucking hell. Make sure it is properly positioned and oriented relative to the parent object. Then in your script you can use getComponent in children audio source. Is there a way I can add a debug log to see whether it can find the audio source component? Let's try this first. Simply Mario, thank you for that follow, my dude. Appreciate it. How old are you? I am as much as, what am I, 25? I think. Okay, so in the void starts, if audio source equals null, then debug log what the fuck, you plonker, audio source not found. Okay, let's try this. And also, let's remove the... Oh, did I forget the semicolon? I did. Always. I'm starting to learn though, so that's good. Now the error should disappear, but I feel like we should remove the other, because we do have another log that counts literally every single item that's being spawned. which is a bit annoying. We don't need to see that anymore. So let's go into the falling object spawner and remove the debug log. See what happens now. Sweden is in the European Union, right? It is indeed. Okay, so it doesn't say that it can't find the audio source. It doesn't say that it can't find the audio source component, but the sounds are still not playing when I catch or miss the objects. Just to be clear, I have two separate sound effects, and one should play when I catch an object, and one should play when I miss one. I didn't really explain that before, so I'm not sure. If the audio source component is properly assigned and audio clips are assigned to the catch sound and miss sound variables, but the sound is still not playing, there may be an issue with the audio setting or the audio mix. There are a few things you can try to troubleshoot the issue. Check the audio mix and make sure that the audio mix is properly set up and that the volume of the audio source is not set to 0 or muted. But it shouldn't be, because when we had it play on awake, then it did play. Why you don't use euros? I don't know really. I think it's one of them things when it's like, you know, we are not being conservative, we have something that works, why change it? I don't know though, to be honest, I don't know. But it's like none of the Scandinavian, all the Scandinavian countries have their own currency. Yeah, the Norwegian crown, the Swedish crown, the Danish crown, and so on. I don't think this is the problem. Check the audio setting, make sure that the audio setting in your project are properly configured. I don't think this should be, because when I had it on play on awake or whatever, then it did play the sound. Check the audio clip format, make sure the audio clips you're using are in blah blah blah. Unity supports several MP3s, so that should be fine. I thought every country in the European Union use euros. They don't, there's quite a few. Czech Republic doesn't use euros as well. They have like, I think they have crowns as well, the Czech crown, I'm pretty sure. And obviously before Brexit, Great Britain, the UK, was also part of the European Union, and they have pounds. So there are quite a few countries that don't use the euro. Yeah, so I guess these countries don't use euro. Yeah. Yeah, so Czech Republic, you have Belarus, Sweden. Obviously, if we're talking Europe, then Denmark, Norway, and the UK don't have it. We have Croatia, Hungary, and Romania and Bulgaria. Yeah. Interesting indeed. Loop audio is set to false. Loop is set on false. Volume 1. But this should be fine, because like I said, if I use play on await, so I don't think the sound is the issue. Because if we use play on await, then the sound plays. I don't think that's the issue. So none of these are the issues. This is not the issue, just we do use MP3. We don't have play on await or loop. Check the volume of the audio clip. The project when you're looking at the volume property. But that should be fine. Try playing the audio clip directly. You can use an audio source play one-shot function without the chat sound miss on variables. What? Isn't this the same? Audio source play one shot catch sound. That's the same. Mate, you didn't change anything. If the sound plays when using blah 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 with the chat sound and miss on variables. If the sound doesn't play, there may be an issue with the audio setting in it. I think you're just stupid, ChatGPT. Vou comer já voltou. Também. Até já. Até já, meu. Why do I need the audio source? Can we not just play the audio clip? Do I need to have an audio source? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if we can do this without the audio source component. Because I feel like you should be able to just put like instead here, you do something like audio clip play one shot. Doesn't that work? Okay, we got an error, so obviously that did not work. Try audio source play. Shouldn't that work since you only have 18 sound attached to the source right now? Oh. I mean, the only thing that's a bit weird is that, because obviously we have two sounds, we have the catch sound and the miss sound. So I don't know if this is correct, but I added two audio sources. One for the miss sound and one for the catch sound. But we can try changing it to play to see if it makes a difference. I don't know, I might have messed up with the whole how you're supposed to use the audio source. Okay, wait, we're missing something. Something messed up. What messed up? That's the question. We are missing this one. Okay. No? Well, argument 1. Cannot convert from Unity Engine audio clip to ULON. What the fuck? 2738. Okay, apparently we can't use the play. That's weird. Isn't that basically the same thing, just a different... Because if you change one of these to play on shot... And it also does not... Was that not... Wait, what was it before? Oh, one shot. I typed on shot. If I do this... Yeah, then... Okay, so it seems that play doesn't work for some reason. This is very odd indeed. What did I feel like, did I explain this poorly first? Okay, I showed him my script. Yeah, I think this sounds like I only have one. You know what, I think we're gonna redo this. Let's remove this conversation. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I wonder if it's gonna play both then. Oh. I didn't get any errors, so that's good. But it's still not playing whether I catch them or not. Yeah, I don't know, this is so weird. I'm making a game in Unity where you catch stuff falling from the sky. Right now the game is working, and for the falling objects I have a script looking like this. And this is without anything to do with sound. Let's keep it like that for now. I want to play a sound effect. Called catch sound when you catch one. This is a MP3 file I added in the project. When you catch one. And then play a different sound effect called miss sound when you miss one. I also added this MP3 file in the project. And let's do it like I had from the beginning. So let's lie a little bit and say right now I do not have any audio source on the prefab where the falling object script is attached. How do I make these sounds play at the right moments? Okay. To play sound effects in Unity, you will need to add an audio source component to the game object that you want to play the sound from. In this case, you can add an audio source component to the same game object that has the falling object script attached. Here's an example of you can modify the blah 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 Okay, so far the same. He mentions the audio clips and then creates the audio source. We get the audio source and then play one shot. So this is the exact same script he gave me before. In this modified version of the script, we added 2 public fields for cache and blah 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 and da da da. You can drag and drop the catch and miss sound effects to the corresponding fields in the inspector window, and the script play the appropriate sound effect when it... So after I add the audio source component to the prefab, did he call it the prefab? No, he called it the game object. To the game object, I don't... So if I attach the sound effects to the script in the inspector, do I need to add... I need to add any sound effect to the audio source component in the game object? No, you don't need to add any audio source component. Oh, any sound effect. In fact, you don't even need to add an audio source component to the game object that has to... Okay. We create an audio source component dynamically in the start method using the getComponent method. This means that the script will create a new audio source component at runtime and attach it to the game object that has the following of the script attached if one doesn't exist already. When doing this, you can avoid cluttering game objects with unnecessary components, make the script more modular and... Okay, so he's telling me I don't... So you tell me first that I need one, and now you tell me that I don't need one. Okay, let's start off by... Let's use the first code again. We can remove this for now, because I don't think this is the problem. So, audio clip, catch sound, audio clip, miss sound, private, audio source, capital, not capital. Void start, get component, audio source, audio source dot play one shot, catch sound, play one shot, miss sound. That should be correct then. But here's the thing, because if I remove this audio source component, or rather these audio source components, that's when we get the error now. Yeah. Value cannot be null. And now nothing works, I can't even grab these anymore. Parameter name source. $33.22. $33.22. Audio source. Source. Parameter name source cannot be null. The fuck you on about, mate? Okay, let's first try to only add. Let's go to this one, and then we add a audio source, but we don't add any clip to it, and let's see what happens. something. Tried running the new code, but no sounds are playing when I catch the objects, nor when I miss them. I tried running the script without an audio source component, and when the objects collide, I get this error. I then tried removing the audio source component, and then I don't get any errors, but the sounds still don't play. What's the issue? But you told me I didn't need the audio source component, you fucking piece of shit. Sorry I lashed out on you, ChatGPT. Please don't fucking start dominating the entire human race. In this case, you can add an audio source component to the game object. Add component, audio source. We do have them, though. And we tried this as well, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we tried this. This will print an error message. If the audio source is null, which should help you identify the issue. Bem-vindo, João. Okay, now it actually does say that. So we still get this one, but also audio source component not found. Oh, of course, I removed the fucking audio source. That made sense. Let's try again. Bienvenido. Bienvenidos, mis amigos. I added the audio source component. Double checked that I've added the audio clips in the inspector. I then added the debug log error, and I don't get any errors. However, the sounds are still not playing. I thought this would be the easy thing. We're just quickly gonna fix the sound effects, and then we can add the health system, which is gonna be the problematic part. Apparently adding sounds was not that fucking easy. I don't think it's the volume, mate. Because if I do it fucking play on awake, then there's no issue. So I think the sound works, you fucking plonka. You know the Gift, the band? Yeah, I do. Primavera. I think I have the song on my playlist actually. Pretty sure. If it's the one I'm thinking of, then I do like it. It wasn't that long ago. Someone on Instagram recommended it to me. Yeah. Do have it, yeah. I like to hear in 1.25 speed. It's interesting, that kind of stuff, like messing around with the speed can change the song so much. Still no sounds playing. Why? They are in the right format. Make sure that the audio type is set to sound effects and that the compression settings are appropriate for your needs. Okay, that's interesting. Like, we know that they're in the correct format, at least. Check the import settings of the audio clips. Import settings of the audio clips are integrated to check the import. Select the audio clip in the project when you look at the import setting. What? Make sure that audio type. Oh, sorry. Well, where do I see audio type? Load type? and that the compression settings are appropriate for your needs. I don't know. I don't fucking know, mate. Loading background, I'm stunning. I don't know how to do it in Spotify either. Vida Toda looks like your stuff. I think I had that one as well. Do you mean by Carolina Tischlunch? Or also by the gift? Made sure that the audio type. I can only see load type. Yeah, that's a good song. She has quite a lot of good songs actually. Havia ir? Ah, tens de ir? Não faz mal, pá. Did my thing just crash? Pretty sure it did. Okay, I don't know, this might be the issue, because I can't really understand. No, jag undrar om du musik... Ah, entiendo. Not from yes. The chai. Audio source dot clip equals catch sound. Audio source dot play. Okay, we could try this instead. I don't understand this part. Wet bed? Okay, I don't think I've heard. I'll look that up. But we have a problem though. I'm pretty sure my Unity just crashed. Questioning is, when did I last save? If this crash will reset, I don't know, it might reset something, we'll have to see. At least the scripts should be fine since this is open in a different application. Oh, I lost the hearts. Yeah, we have to redo some shit. But it doesn't really matter because at least we still have the hearts, so it's pretty easy, we just have to basically just import them. But we don't have to do that now. I wanna fix the audio. Oh, we do have the audio still. Oh, because they get put in the folders, don't they? I don't understand what ChatGPT means here though. Because it told me check the import settings of the audio clip. Select the audio clip in the project window, which we did. look at the import settings in the inspector, which is this. When you finish something, you need to insta-save now. Yeah, I need to get that habit, you know. It's a quite important one to have, not gonna lie. So we can start with that. Every time I do something, let's start with a save reminder in the chat. Make sure that the audio type is set to sound effects. But I can't even choose an audio type here. But it does say it's an audio clip. Should we try this other script instead to see what happens? I saw your video with the Galician here, really nice and different. Thank you, dude. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, it's a bit different to my other content on YouTube, but I did put in quite a bit of work in that one, and I'm happy you enjoyed it. Okay, so do we have an audio source component? Yes, we do. So we now go into the script. Let's try using this one instead. Just to see what happens. This is basically what Mario said, that we should use the play. Let's try this and see what happens. Liked Omega videos too? Thank you, dude. Okay, no errors, that's good. For this, any luck? Not so far, mate. Not so far. I just tried another time with the play variable instead, but it's still not. It's not doing anything. I don't understand. You know, I'm starting to feel like we can't trust ChatGPT too much, because I don't know. Because it tells me there could be other issues, like with the import settings and stuff, but I don't think that's the actual issue. Because, like, if I add the miss sound to... Let's say we add the catch sound to the audio source, and then we play on awake. Then it works. So I think it's fine. Like, the audio clip should be fine. I don't think that's the problem.
Welcome back to Blackthorn Prod, everyone. I'm Noah, and in this video I'll be showing you how to make cool sound effects for your...
Okay, give me a moment, I'm just gonna go get a drink. Just half a minute. Did I say half a minute? I don't even think that was half a minute. Oh, did you show Hollow Knight? Oh yeah, I did.
your games.
True.
Lots of people have requested this tutorial, and since I'm currently working on the sound effects for my own game project, I thought now would be a great time to do so. So it's obvious that sound effects are...
Okay, first of all, we have to do something else. Boys and girls, we have a very important question that you need to answer. Need to add? What the fuck? We have a very important question for you. I don't know if you guys have this as well. I assume you do. What is your opinions and thoughts about the new caps? Honest opinions in the chat. Throw them out. Okay, let's keep watching.
An important part in any game, whether it's a platformer, card game, or strategy game. It gives the player a nice feeling that his actions
I've never seen that.
more of an impact on...
It's ass. It's a bit weird. I don't know. It's like, I get the thing about, okay, you don't lose the fucking cork or whatever, then, but it's not like something that usually happens anyway. And to be fair, most of the time it's like, it's kind of in the way when you're supposed to drink. I didn't understand. There's a new, like, you know, the lid or whatever, it's stuck on the bottle. Like, it's actually stuck there. So when you open it, like, normally you would take them off completely, you know. No, you can't take it off. I mean, you can rip it off, but you're not supposed to. Like, it's supposed to be stuck here. Is a bit weird.
The game worlds, for example, hovering over an enemy unit.
I actually don't know what the thought
gives me this
process
cool little
is
sound
about
effects.
it. My water is like that and I hate
They
it,
just
yeah.
make the actions you make in the game world more interesting and lively. For example, the dash move in Celeste. Compare that with no
We should add a dash move as well. Okay, let's not get
sounds.
overwhelmed just yet.
The whole move...
But I did have a plan on something, which is to add like just like I said, I wanted like an upgrade system. Technically this doesn't even need to be on the upgrade system, we should just add this anyway. But the ability to jump, I think that would make the game a bit more interesting. And I also want probably to make it so that when you do jump, you actually move slightly faster than just running. Because that will give you like, basically it will become a strategy to actually jump in game. But let's focus on the sound first.
Interesting. So yeah, sound effects are really important and they can make your game, whether it's small or
Celeste
huge,
is nice.
feel
I've never played
awesome.
this.
I use a great software called Audacity to create sound effects. The link to download it is in the description. And this is how it looks. First of all, there's this record button. If I click on it, Audacity will begin recording sounds. Currently it's recording any effects though, make sure that your sound clip is selected. Don't end abruptly, but more gradually. Let's try and make a sound effect for an explosion, picking up a bag of coins, and a horrible death. Some sound fun. So let's have fun making a death sound effect. I'll yell something weird and horrible in my back. Interesting when starting out sound effects yourself. You can also it's
Mate, I didn't want to know how to actually make them. I want to add them.
In this video, we're gonna have a look at adding audio to your game.
Because the name of the video is hard as fuck, you will see a lot of funness.
The first part of the video will be an introduction to audio in Unity. We'll be setting up an audio listener and adjusting some audio source components to add sounds. And then in the second part of the video, I'll show you how to make an audio manager. The audio manager makes it really quick and easy to add new sounds and play them through script. I'll have a link where you can download it in the description. But to those of you who are interested in how you can program the audio source component, we'll go through and make an audio manager from scratch. All right, let's get started. So as you can see, I have a project open. This is Shrinking Planet. It's my newest Ludum Dare submission, and I've gone ahead and stripped it from all the audio. So when we play the game now, it should be totally silent. So let's add some sounds. The first thing we need when adding audio to our game is an audio listener. The most common place for this is the camera. If you select your main camera, you'll probably see an audio listener there.
Do I have an audio listener? We do. We do indeed.
Already. If not, you can always just go and add it by hitting add component and searching for audio listener. All this component does is, well, listen for sounds. That also means that the game object that you...
How the guy did that? What you mean? Did what?
You put your audio listener on will be the place from where you hear sounds in 3D. That's why it's most commonly put on the camera. The next thing we need is an audio source. If we go to any game object in our scene, I'm just going to select the player. We can go ahead and add a new component.
So this is a bit different, just seems to be like this is a 3D game, which is obviously, I think it's quite a bit different to make a 3D game compared to a 2D game.
Let's add the audio source. This component is responsible for playing an audio clip.
And by that, yeah, I do mean that I think it's harder to make a 3D game. Because there should be like more factors to consider. Because normally, like in a 2D game, you don't really look around and stuff like that, whereas you can do in a 3D game. And obviously the whole world building must be very different.
Also the first thing we have to specify. I've gone ahead and imported a audio clip. And that's also the first thing we have to specify. I've gone need is an audio source. If we go to any game object in our scene, I'm just going to select the player. We can go ahead and add a new component. Let's add the audio source. This component is responsible for playing an audio clip. And that's also the first thing we have to specify. I've gone ahead and imported a few audio clips. Unity supports most file formats. All of these are in MP3. If we click on any of them, a few settings will appear. You can squeeze some performance out of your audio by messing around with these. I'll have a link in the description if
This looks the same as mine did.
If you want to read more about that. And if we go ahead and hit play, we can have a listen. So let's now select.
Wait, where did you find the play button? Maybe I have done something wrong when I imported it. Audio mix. Maybe that is the problem. Because I imported a new asset. But it also seems fine, because it does say audio clip up here. Oh. Okay, yeah, we can play it.
Select our player and drag in the car sound. By default, our audio source is set to play on awake. So if we now hit play, we should actually hear the sound. Awesome! We have a bunch of ways we can configure this. Most important is the volume of our sound and the spatial blend. This controls whether or not you want your sound to be played in 2D or 3D space. If you select 2D, it will always be played with the same volume in both speakers. However, if we slide it towards 3D, the volume of the sound is going to depend on how close our audio listener is to the audio source, and it's also going to factor in stuff like the Doppler effect, where sounds moving towards you are more high frequent and sounds moving away get pitched down. So let's try and set this to 3D and have a listen. I think that's a lot better for our game. Finally, this sound should be looping, and so I'm gonna check off loop. Now in my game I have meteors that crash down upon the planet, and when they hit the planet I want them to make an explosion sound. Luckily, I have it set up in such a way that every time a meteor hits the ground, it's going to spawn a crater object. And so we can simply go ahead and find the prefab for this crater, add an audio source, and I have a sound set up for this. That's the meteor hit. It sounds like this.
So
we can simply drag that in, make sure it's set to play on awake, and here we're using the...
Which is, we don't want to play on awake. That's the problem. Yeah, it's a tennis ball indeed. Yeah, just all the audios he's playing right now is using the play on awake. In other words, they constantly play or whatever. Whereas the issue is we're trying to add a sound so that it plays at
In
specific
fact, the play on awake
moments.
means that the audio will play as soon as the object gets spawned in. So if it's enabled right when the scene starts, it's going to play right away. But if it's spawned in at a later point, it's going to play at that point. And we definitely want this to be in 3D space, but we might go for something like 0.8. If we now hit play and wait for a meteor to come crashing, we can hear the impact. So you should now be able to go through and add audio sources to many of your game objects. I've gone ahead and added one to the meteor as well. This, much like the car, is set to play on awake and is set to loop, and it's just the sound of the meteor flying through air. And so without any coding, we've actually added a bunch of different sounds to our game. However, some sounds aren't tied to a particular game object. An example of this could be the click sound you hear when you hover over a button, or the game over voice you hear when your player dies, as well as, of course, music. There's a bunch of different ways to go about this. You could go in and add a bunch of empty game objects with an audio source on each, and then through script access that component and call .play when necessary. But I don't think that's very clean, so I've come up with a simple audio manager that I use all the time. I'm of course going to have a link to it in the description in case you don't want to code it for yourself, but in case you're interested, here's how it's done. So first let's go and create an empty game object. Let's reset the transform, and let's call this one audio manager. Let's drag the game object to the top so we can always see it. Let's then hit add component, and we want to add a component called audio manager. It's going to be of type C#, and let's hit create an add. Let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. In the top here we can now delete the two using tags and instead write using Unity Engine .audio.
Oh.
Many of the new audio features in Unity are now wrapped inside of this namespace, so
Oh, maybe that's the issue. We don't have the Unity Engine audio.
it's a good idea to include it whenever you're working with sound. Now,
What if this is the issue? That would be a very easy fix. Using Unity Engine.audio. Please say this is the problem, because then...
the main idea for this audio manager is to have a list of sounds where we can
Okay, let's try this. Is everything here right? Okay, now we have the play thingy instead, but that I don't think that should matter. Come on. Please work. Double check we have these sounds and we have the audio source with no clip. We have an audio listener on the camera. Everything should be fine. Let's play the game. No sounds. For this. Did I change the correct script? Yeah. Did we save? Yeah, we did. What if we tried... We could try doing it the first way again. Play one shot, see if that makes any difference. So audio source dot play one shot catch sound semicolon. We don't need to add the other one right now. How can it be so hard to add a bit of sound? That's why I feel like so far the introduction I have to coding is constantly, how can this be so difficult? Yeah, still no sounds.
easily add or remove sounds as we go, and each sound has some different properties. It has an audio clip, a volume and pitch setting, the possibility to loop, and you can add stuff like volume and pitch randomness.
Let's make sure I had everything correctly set up in the inspector as well. Edge sound, miss sound, audio source. Priority. There's no difference. Everything does seem correct, from what I can tell.
Or spatial blend. Then when we start the game, we go through the list, and for each item we add an audio source with the appropriate.
Do you know if it's the code or the GUI? What's GUI? That's fucking stuff up. At the moment, I don't know at all what's messing up, because for me everything does make sense in some regard. Because we know that the sound is playable. For this! But I wouldn't be too surprised if it's something with the code, because the interface, yeah, it should be either. Because it's either here in the inspector of this object, but or something here. But I think this is fine because we can play the sound. And also, if we check the audio source, if we add the clip here and use play on awake, then it can play the sound. Then it used to be able to play the sound. Wait, why are you not playing the sound now? You did before. Oh, I put loop. I meant to play on awake, sorry. Yeah. So the audio source can play the sound. But we're not supposed to have the sound here, because we only need the audio source to bring out these two sounds, whether we catch or miss it. So for me, everything does seem correct here. And here I'm not too sure, but this is what ChatGPT told me to do. And we tried a lot of stuff. We tried changing the volume. I also added a debug log error in case this script can't find this audio source component, but that doesn't seem to be an issue. And I get no other errors, so I don't know what's the actual... I thought this would be the problem, that we were missing the Unity engine audio, but tried adding that and it didn't seem to make a difference. I think the problem is the audio, like the first 5 milliseconds are muted, but that shouldn't make a difference, because it's still gonna play the full clip. And also, you can still hear sound. But yeah, it should still play the full clip, because when it plays it, that's what is going to happen. When you eat the pistol nut, the audio just plays the time you take to eat. 0 seconds. Could be the collision that's the problem then. I don't think, because the collision is working, because if we say it like this, the collision here. Yeah, I know, Joel, thank you. But I don't just... here we should play, or maybe Joao, maybe you actually do have, because here's the thing, the collision is working because the collision is also what destroys the object and adds the score. And as we can tell here, if I play the game, when I catch it, the item doesn't disappear, meaning that the collision is working and that part of the script is working. But what if Joao might have an idea here, because if we check the script, I don't know, this should actually be the issue, because we try to play the sound effect and then we destroy the object. What if that's the issue? That the object that's trying to play the sound effect gets destroyed, so it doesn't create the sound effect. But that's also weird, because even after the game object is destroyed, it can still add the score. Just to see what happens if we put this after, I'm not sure this actually matters, but if we put that after the game object is destroyed. Cannot play a disabled audio source. What if we add this one and put it over here? That one won't get destroyed because it's going to fall down outside of the map. We still won't play any sounds. What if we move this back before we destroy the object? Okay, we might be onto something here, I'm not sure. Because that one should just keep falling, so that object actually never gets destroyed. But I also never catch that object. Ah, fuck, this makes no sense. Okay. Is there a chance that the reason the sound doesn't play is because we're also using destroy game object? As in other words, maybe the object gets destroyed before playing the sound. Yes, that's definitely a possibility. If the object is destroyed before the sound can finish playing. Okay, we might have found. So I think you're on the right track, Joao. Because like you said, it's because the time it takes to destroy the object, to eat it, is 0 seconds. So there's no time for it to actually play the audio. If the object is destroyed before the sound can finish playing, because that would explain why the audio can play on awake. As in, when it spawns, we should play the audio. Because then the object hasn't been destroyed. But when we catch it, when it gets destroyed, we can no longer play the audio because the object spawning the audio has been destroyed. Like that, it does sort of make sense. If the object is destroyed before the sound can finish playing, the sound will not be heard. One way to work around this issue is through coroutine to delay the destruction of the game object until after the sound is finished playing. But I don't want to do that. Because here's the thing. If we delay the destruction of the object, that's gonna mean that the object is going to fall through me while playing. Like, when it hits me, it's gonna play the sound. And then the object is gonna keep falling through me until the sound has played. Which is not gonna look good. Yeah, wait for seconds, clip length, destroy game. That's not gonna work. I'm awesome. Indeed, I think we actually found a problem here. But unfortunately, this is not the solution. So what I wonder is, can we add this? Can we add this to the spawner script instead? Because this item, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we have this chest above. And all this object is doing is basically being a spawner for the other objects. I just put it outside of the game. So this is what actually has the script. The sound looks easy, but yeah, the only problem is that with programming, everything that seems easy is fucking complicated. Like, that's why from the beginning I wanted to make like a Zelda game, and like a top-down RPG, you know, the classic ones. But when I spent 4 hours trying to make a door to open, I was like, I think I need to learn some basic coding before I actually do this. I wonder. I think we should be able to add the sound effects to the spawner instead. But how do I connect them? Okay, let's do a new chat and let's do it like this. Guys, we might be onto something here. Let's do falling object spawner. Okay, first of all, I'm making a 2D game where you catch stuff falling from the sky. And I want to add some sound effects. Here's the code for the spawner and the... Let's be a bit more specific here. The falling object spawner and the falling object. Let's be even more specific. Here's the code for the falling object spawner. Here's the code for the falling object. You know what, let's change this so it doesn't think that this is the issue. Let's keep it consistent for now. Play one shot miss sound. And also don't need this error message. That's not the problem. Here's the code for the falling object. So as you can see, I mean you can't see it, but you can read it because you're an AI. So as you can see, I tried adding some sound effects. One when the object collides with the player, and 1 when the object collides with the blocking layer. Right now the sounds don't play, and I suspect that this is because the object playing the sound, just the falling object, gets destroyed before it can finish playing the sound. Is there a way we can add the sound effects to the falling object spawner script instead? It's funny to watch someone coding because it needs so much logic, everything has to work out together. Yeah, I mean, it's so, and it's crazy how small mistakes can completely make the code unrunnable. Like you forget one like semicolon and the code doesn't work, which is sometimes, you know, sometimes you just want to be a little bit like, if it's just one semicolon missing, like, can't you just figure that out by yourself? But no, it can't. Like, if you miss one, you have to fucking fix it. Yes, you can add the sound effects to the falling object spawner script instead. One way to do this is to create an audio source component to the falling object spawner and assign it to a public audio source variable in the script. Then you can use this audio source component to play the sound effects. Add a public audio source to the falling object spawner class. Okay, so public audio source, add this line. Rest of the code. Assign the audio source component to the audio source variable in the start method of the falling object spawner. Oh yeah, in the void start. Audio source get component audio source, okay. It's like building a building. The base needs to be right or the whole building falls. Yeah, indeed. That's a good, what you call it, metaphor? Yeah. Remove the audio source component from the following object, game object, and modify the entry and to play the sound effect using the audio source variable in the following object spawner class. And that's why, see, I'm actually learning stuff. That's why we have to make this public, because if this was private instead, this other script wouldn't be able to access this audio source. You see, even if I'm cheating using ChatGPT, you do actually learn stuff. But I think that's also because I'm trying to learn. I suspect you can actually do quite a bit of coding just using ChatGPT. But probably not, because you still, like, ChatGPT does fuck up quite a lot. Just like, obviously, I tried to make him write the catch and miss sounds scripts. But that didn't work. That's why we've spent fucking 2 hours trying to fix this. Okay, remove it from the following object. Modify it to play the sound effect using audio source. Okay, so how do we do that? Find object of type. Okay, yeah, so then it's gonna look for the following object spawner audio source and then play the catch sound. Then we destroy the object and the sound will still play because it's playing from the spawner rather than the actual object. Okay, this does make sense. I like this. I like this a lot. So let's start off by going to the object spawner. And first of all, we need to add the public The reason we do public is so that if following object script can access this. Now we need to add an audio source that we are going to name, because this is the type, and now we're going to name it into audio source. That makes sense. Boom. And then we need to assign it here. So we do the audio source is equal to get component, which is the component we are going to add. Let's not forget to do it. We're going to add it in the inspector. It's like using Google Translate. You don't know the language, but you're kind of learning at the same time. True. Very true. That's the kind of stuff. Because sometimes people are like, put it out as soon as you use a translator for anything when it comes to a language, you're cheating and you're not actually using the language. Which is a kind of fucked up thought process, because at the same time as you could use, for example, this with like, if you look up a word in the dictionary, are you cheating in that language? No, you're learning, you know? But obviously it's more stereotypical, because with the translator you could just copy paste everything or whatever. When you finally get it working after hours of debugging though, that feeling of satisfaction, indeed, and I really hope that this is what's going to fix this. Audio source, capital letters, fucking hope so. Boom, there we go, this should not be capitalized, that's correct. There we go, let's save this for now, and now remove the audio source component from the following objects. Yes. So I'm pretty sure we can also remove this, as well as this. We don't need any of this. So if it collides with the player, let's add through falling object spawner. I think it's good. It's probably a good thing to get used to making notes in the script. Because if you have to go back and redo something, it's very clear to see what is actually doing what. And now we're going to change this. So instead of using the audio source from the following object, we find object of type, and the object we want to find is in the following object spawner, and the object is the audio source. And what we want to do is to play one shot, and the sound we want to play is catch sound. And then it should basically be the same thing for this one. So if we miss it, we find object of type, which is the following object spawner script, and the object we want is the audio source. What we want to do is play one shot, and what we want to play is the miss sound. Sometimes I use Google Translator in English, and I never forget, I always learn a new word. Yeah, dude, I can use Google Translate for my native language, because all of a sudden I might remember a word in English and not in my native tongue, you know? I think it's human, you know? Especially since English is such a like universal language today, there's so much stuff that I learn about only in English. So for example, I've always been a little bit of like a watch enthusiast. I have quite a few watches, but the funny thing is that anytime I read about watches, I never do it on like a Swedish forum or anything like that. It's always on like Reddit or something where everything is in English. So I realized a few years ago that when it comes to like the actual parts of a watch and stuff, I know the like terms for everything in English, but I can't say like I know what you call the hands and like the actual dial. Like that's what I know how to say in Swedish. But then all like the details and stuff, like since I learned it through English, I will remember the names in English way before I remember the Swedish words. And I think that's natural, like I said. Okay, this... Oh wait, are we done? No, we're not done. We might think that we're done, but we have to change some stuff in the actual game as well. So what we have to do is we have to go to the falling object. We have the catch and miss sound, but we can remove the audio source. We don't need that anymore. And then we can go to the spawner. And well, what are we going to do? Oh yeah, we need to add an audio source. Oh no, what's this? Falling object spawner, audio source. Oh, but I just added one. So that should be cleared now. Okay, let's do this. Let's just redo that and resave it and see if we still have the error. Swedish people learn English really easy, right? I think it's because it's a small language. Not really, to be honest. I mean, it's true, Swedish people learn English very easy, but I wouldn't say it's because Swedish is a small language. I mean, we still have 10 million speakers. Like, if you compare that to European, if we are a bit specific here, to European Portuguese, it's like the same amount of speakers. But obviously Portuguese then is a much bigger language if you count all the dialects. But the reason why Swedish people, I think, learn English so easily is because English and Swedish are quite closely related. There's a lot more similarities between Swedish and English than between Swedish and Portuguese, or English and Portuguese rather. So that's why, like we talked about the other day, that's the reason why for me it would be easier to learn like German probably than it would be for you. But for you as a Portuguese speaker, it would be easier to learn like Italian than it would be for me. Because a lot of people misunderstand this. When people speak about languages being hard or easy to learn, they think about it in a very inherent way, like, oh, Chinese is just a hard language to learn. That's just the way it is. But that's not true. Like, if you're a Cantonese speaker, Chinese is probably one of the easier languages you can learn. Same thing, Japanese is considered a very hard language to learn. But that's not true. If your native tongue is Korean, Japanese is not going to be that hard to learn. The only reason it's hard to learn is because for us here in Europe, the languages are very unrelated to us, if that makes sense. And also, I watch videos on YouTube in Portuguese because Brazil have a lot of people, so my English is really bad because of that. When I started watching English like 13 years old, I found another universe. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the input you get from English today in like media and stuff definitely helps a lot. In Portuguese too, at least European Portuguese. If you see how it's really different from the other Latin languages, which is our relationship with the British. And the Spanish people don't speak English, or the Italians. Oh yeah. Yeah, I should see that. I met a lot of Brits when I was in Portugal, to be honest. So something here is not working, and it has to do with the falling object spawner. 22. Oh, am I missing some capitalization or something here? That might actually be the problem. I wouldn't be too surprised. Let's see, on the first one, it's capitalized and then not capitalized. That is correct. Yeah, this one needs to be capitalized. Okay, I think that was the issue, hopefully. Yeah, we don't have an error. Please watch. For this, it fucking works. Oh, finally. For this. Okay. Jesus, that was quite a fucking hassle just to get the sound to work. Let's go indeed. GG. Eureka. So I was right. Yeah, I mean, you were. The reason the sound didn't play was because it didn't have enough time to play. Because we destroyed the object before we could play the sound. Now we put the sound, as you can see, on the spawner rather than the falling object. I wonder though, maybe we do have a bit too much silence. Because it feels like it's pretty late. Like we catch it and then you hear the sound. Maybe we should remove. For this. Is this really loud for you guys, by the way? Because I think this is even a bit loud for me. We should probably... Can we change that in the spawn here? Volume. If we do like 0.7. Does that change anything? That's better. Like, you're gonna have to listen to these sounds quite a bit, so I think at least this part should be pretty low. And then later on we can add like some background music or something. I think you need to chat. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Maybe we should chat it a little bit. I mean, it works. It's not too bad. For this. But I think we can trim it down even more. For this. Okay, let's try doing it like this instead. Yes, replace that shit. Now the question is, does this get automatically flipped in here too? No. So for now, let's remove and remove. And then we're going to import new asset. We do the catch and the miss sound. Boom. For this. Can I see how long is this? It should be because I removed the other one, so let's try this and see if it made any difference. We need to go to the prefab, choose this one, and then we do miss sound and catch sound. Oh yeah, we should save. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Let's save. I still think the volume can be a bit lower though. For this. For this. For this. Okay, honestly though, I'm pretty proud about the eating sound. It sounds pretty good, right? Oh damn, that's nice. That is fucking nice. Let's fix this again because we lost this before. That's way too big. What did we do before? Like 0.2? 0.3? Yeah, that's better. Maybe something like this. I feel like we want to have it sort of centered with this one. I feel like that makes the most sense. Maybe something like this. I'm not sure this is how I actually need to do it, but we're gonna do it like this for now. 888 788. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. 7. Boom. 120 away. Boom. That looks pretty good. Maybe we should move them out a little bit. Can I? Is this gonna work? Yeah. Maybe something like this. Dude, having sound effects actually does a lot. For this. Oh, dude, this is fun. Should we... Let's save again. Why not? Should we... We have a bit of things to do. Let's see. Eating sound. Done. Borders fail sound. Done. So, should we start working on the health system? I don't know. Maybe the jump ability shouldn't be an upgrade that you have to buy. Maybe you should just be able to jump straight off the bat from the beginning. So we should also try to work on figuring out how to actually jump. I think maybe that makes sense. Maybe the upgrades you can buy later on will be either to get more hearts or to become faster. Get a bigger mustache, or last but not least, you're gonna be able to buy golden boots for 1 million per stage, which will do absolutely nothing, but it's gonna look cool. Damn, I look so fucking white in this lightning. Holy shit, I'm pale as a motherfucker. Anyway, what do you think, guys? Should we do the jumping ability? Or should we do the health system so that you can lose? I think it's kind of annoying games with no jump. Okay, should we start off making the jump ability? I think that's kind of fun too. I think the gameplay will actually be a lot more fun if you can jump. Because it does add quite a lot. I mean, it adds a whole nother axis to the game. Is this still loud for you guys? I feel like this is loud because I have pretty low sound volume on. Foda-se. Foda-se. Also, I don't know, I think I said it before, but I did change a little bit of the spawner script as well. So now instead of starting off at, or instead of them gradually spawning faster and faster until the 100th object, it now goes all the way up to 1,000. So it's a more gradual climb, because I think that's better. Because I did realize that like 100 is pretty fast. It's like a minute of gameplay and then you reach the max. So I think 1,000 is better. And just so you know, on 1,000 right now I put 0.5 seconds for every spawn, which is pretty fast. So this is gonna be the end. And right now, at least without any speed upgrades, this is like actually impossible when they start coming far between. Oh yeah, there's no way. So I think that's gonna be, we're gonna have to fine tune this after we see like if we get the upgrade system to work. Because even when you have all the upgrades, it should still be a little bit difficult, you know? Like there must be a challenge to it, if that makes any sense. But we start off with 1 per second, because I think that's pretty fine. That's just so you can make it. Yeah. Mechanic of cross the walls? Mechanic of cross the wall. What do you mean? Also, let's put on some music again. Oh! Oh, you mean so that you can actually loop around? Like if you walk out here, you're gonna end up coming this way. That's pretty interesting, because then you actually get a choice. Like if you're over here and one spawns there, you can take this way instead. That could be an interesting mechanic, to be honest. Yeah. I'm gonna put out some potential ideas for now. Because I do want to try and keep it relatively simple, at least at first, just to see that I can even finish this, if that makes sense. But let's start putting out some stuff like that we could do the more time we have. So what do we call this? Well, what's the name for it in Binary MySec? You can get... Oh, is that the spectral? No, that's how you go through things. What do they call it when you can go, like, when it loops through the walls? They have a good name for it, don't they? Let's do looping walls slash, yeah, teleport. Okay. Thank you. Okay, should we ask ChatGPT how to make a jump, or should we watch a YouTube video? You guys can decide. I don't know, I still feel a bit sketchy about ChatGPT. Sometimes he don't... He do be messing up sometimes. Yeah, let's do it. Unity 2D jump. Hold key to jump higher. I'm not sure we need that. Because I just want to be able to jump sort of like a dash. Because what I want is for, like, when the player actually moves. Because look, right now, say it takes us like fucking, I don't know. Say it takes us 2 seconds to walk to the X over here. Where there's a falling Verstelldenate. What I want is for, if you jump, I don't really care that much about the height, to be honest, but I want you to be able to jump sideways, and for that to maybe take 1.8 seconds instead. So when you're like stressed, you actually earn on jumping, so it becomes like a tactic. Because here's the thing, if this takes even 2.01 seconds, that means that you never earn on jumping. Like, you actually lose. There's no reason why you should ever jump. If it also takes 2 seconds, well, it doesn't matter. It's just a fun thing to be able to jump. But I think it's a bit more interesting to make it like slightly faster in sideways. When you jump, you can take more faster. Yeah, because then it actually becomes like a tactic to jump in between. So you might jump, catch this one, run and get the next one, and then one spawns over here, so you get a jump and jump back to try and be quick and get it. And then you might overshoot. But I don't know, it doesn't have to be set. Like, we could do something, we could do a controllable jump, because there's a lot of different ways you can jump. Like, you can do the jump where, so basically, you know, we have our keys. You have left, right, up and down, and so basically, obviously, if you only use this one, you're gonna jump up straight. But if you use these two, what we can do is either that if you just press them, you do a short jump, and if you hold them, you do a longer jump. But what I think might be more interesting is to put the set value on how far we can jump, but then make it mid-air controllable, so that you can actually jump, catch something, and like start to turn back to go the other way, if you know what I mean. So there's like more control. So you can actually start jump, and like catching them like this as well. Yeah, because you can accidentally jump too quick and you miss. Yeah, because if we do just like a set one, then exactly, if it's falling over here and you jump, you might actually land over here and you miss it. So it's better to be able to control it a little bit more. Just that means if you realize that, oh shit, we're gonna overshoot, you can start like slightly turning back to catch it and then run and get the next one. I think that's how I want to do it. We might, I mean, we can change this anyway. Do a jump. Oh, you mean like with the gravity? Guess we should watch this one. Because I don't think I need to be able to hold the key. I don't think we need double jumps either, to be honest. Wall jump. Simple jump, I like this.
In this video, we're going to...
Do I? We can run, idle, and jump. Oh, animations, we don't need that.
In this
For
video,
now, let's
we're
just
going
do
to
a
make
simple jump.
character jump in 2D. The jump will be using Unity physics, so we can easily implement a platforming level. Let's begin! Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey, and this channel is all about helping you learn how to make your own games with in-depth tutorials made by a professional indie game developer. So if you find the video helpful, consider subscribing. So this is what we want to make. We have this character here with some nice animations. I can press space to make him jump, and as you can see, the jump uses the Unity physics system, so he jumps up and gets pushed down by gravity. There are also 3 modes that we can apply to our jump. So for example, we can have our character have full control whilst the jump is in the air.
Yeah, I think that's what I want, the full control one.
We can also make it have no control whilst in the air, so if we jump, he keeps going on the same direction.
Yeah, I don't think we want that, because it's gonna be annoying if you overshoot and you're gonna get pissed off and then just stop jumping.
And we can also set it to have some control in midair, so I jump to the right and then I can stop it for a bit.
Maybe that's what we want, because that sort of looks better than the full control, doesn't it?
On the same direction. We can also make it have no control. Character have full control whilst the jump is in midair. We can also make it have no control in midair, so I jump to the right and then I can stop it for a bit.
Oh, I think I want the last one. It looks the best, doesn't it? Out of the ones where you can control.
And then I can stop it for a bit. All these various jump types are dependent on your game design. So we're going to create these 3 modes, and then it's up to you to figure out which mode best suits your game. Alright, so let's get to it. First, here is my starting scene with my character. All he has are some simple animations. There's no movement or jumping whatsoever. So let's see the simplest way to implement jumping. For that, let's first go into the player game object. And in here, in order to be able to use Unity physics, we're going to add a rigid body 2D. This is the main component that interacts with it.
I think we have a problem already. Because I actually, on my player, I don't have a rigid body. Do you guys want to know what happens if I add a rigid body? A rigid body also has the thing called gravity. So let's say goodbye to my dear player. He's somewhere very far down now. He will fly down. Yeah, the last one is the best for your game. Yeah, I think so too. I think that one looks the cleanest as well. Just the full control one looks a little bit... I don't know. It's a bit much. I just want to be able to stop it in case you overshoot. Okay, so we added a rigid body. Let's see how we fix so that we don't fall off. I'm assuming that he's going to address that.
The physics system. And just by adding this, we can already test to see those physics being applied. So let's run the code. And yep, there it is. The character starts falling along with gravity. Okay, so let's add a simple platform.
The first looks like a mechanic to fight and not... Yeah, true.
For that, we come here, we create an empty game object, call this the platform. Let's add a sprite renderer so we can see it. And here on the sprite render, without any texture, it's not visible, so let's add the white pixel texture. This texture is literally just a 1x1 white pixel, and by adding that, we can now view the game object in our scene. So now let's stretch it to make our platform.
And I assume he's going to add some collision to this then.
Okay, so let's say this is the size that we want. Now let's add the box collider 2D component. And that's pretty much it for adding physics to a platform. This object now has a hitbox that will be used by the physics system. However, if we run the code, there's the character falling down, and yep, it goes through the platform. That's because
that's the issue, because I'm pretty sure, because to make the Pashdesh actually disappear when we miss them, and for that to be colliding so that we can notice that, oh, the player missed this one, because otherwise it's going to fall through forever. I actually added this layer, the ground, which does have a box collider. The only problem is that I assume we might fall down into this one. So I might need to raise this up a little bit. I don't think I can raise it up too far, because then I don't think I can move actually. Oh right, rigid body. Can I turn this off for now? Kinematic, I think that should turn off the gravity. Oh, it actually does work. For this. And now they get destroyed when you hit the ground instead, but this can be even lower. It can be like, it should be just so that my character don't fall, because I don't want him to stand on, like, I don't want the character to actually stand like here, you know, because I don't think that looks good. Because I'm assuming that he's now going to stand on this one. Raising this one actually makes the game harder, which is now you have less time to actually catch the pastries falling.
Because our character also needs a hitbox. So let's go back into the character, and in here add also a box collider 2D. Make sure that the hitbox size matches that of the sprite.
I do have a box collider.
Okay, now it should work. Let's see. There's the character falling down, and yep, there you go.
So why doesn't that work for me? Because I do have a box collider. But I still fall through the ground. For this. Oh, is it because... No. What if we take the ground and we add a blocking layer? For this, will the player be able to collect health, or do they only get 3 hearts through the whole thing? I don't want them to be able to collect health, but I think I might... What I think I want to do is to later on add an upgrade system. So, because we're going to have a high score and total court, and I'm thinking that that will also be the currency system in the game. So, say for example, you start playing, now we can't play, but you catch like 50 of these. If you then lose and die, your high score will be 50, but you will also have 50 in your wallet, meaning that later on you will be able to like buy a health upgrade for 250 or something like that. So that's sort of the idea I'm having right now. And then also by a speed upgrade. Because, like I said, in the end, you're going to need upgrades to actually be able to keep playing, because at the end they start spawning 2 every second, which is pretty fast, so you're gonna need to be faster and probably have a bit more health. So you won't be able to collect health, but you will be able to upgrade to get more health. To like purchase an upgrade, if that makes sense. I thought about adding like something falling that you need to dodge as well. Like say all of a sudden there's like a bomb or a sword falling which you have to dodge. But to be honest, I think the game already has enough RNG. Because right now it's very difficult when they fall on either side of the screen, which happens more than you think, even though it's completely random. And it's sad if you're about to beat your high score and then you literally can't catch the next one because you have a sword coming, so you can't walk that way. So I think, because of that reason, I think I pretty much scratched that idea. But I have to figure out, why do I fall?
He stops falling down once he hits the platform.
Because, okay, my player has the box collider and the rigid body giving me gravity. And then the ground object also has a box collider. Is it because this also has is triggered? Does that matter? Apparently not. What if we move this down? Maybe I spawn inside of it and I just keep falling. Nope. Every time I want to do something, there's a new issue. Every single time. Holy shit. I got 3 minutes into the video before we had a problem. I wonder, does it have to do something with like the sorting layers and stuff? Layer 1. Just to see what happens. If we take the ground and we put this on the same layer, it still doesn't work. Yeah, did I miss something?
Platform. That's because by adding that, we can. Here it is, the interacts with the player game object. And in here, in order to be able to use Unity physics, we're going to add a rigid body 2D. This is the main component that interacts with the physics system. And just by adding this, we can already test to see those physics being applied. So let's run the code. And yep, there it is, the character starts falling along with gravity. Okay, so let's add a simple platform. For that, we come here, we create an empty game object, call this the platform. Let's add a sprite renderer so we can see it. And here on the sprite renderer, without any texture, it's not visible, so let's add the white pixel texture. This texture is literally just a 1 by visible, so we can see it. And here on the sprite renderer, without any texture, it's not visible, so let's add the white pixel texture. This texture is literally just a 1 by 1 white pixel, and by adding that we can now view the game object in our scene. So now let's stretch it to make our platform. This is the size that we want. For adding physics, the box collider 2D component, and
which we do have. Round box collider 2D.
And that's pretty much it for adding physics to a platform. This object now has a hitbox that won't be used by the physics system. However, if we run the code, there's the character falling down, and yep, it goes through the platform. That's because our character also needs a hitbox. So let's go back into the character, and in here, add also a box collider 2D. Make sure that the hitbox size matches that of the sprite. Okay, now it should work. Let's see. There's the character falling down, and yep, there you go. He stops.
I don't understand. Why am I falling through? Did I not do everything he did? We have the rigid body. We have the box collider. Bug. Could be. Collision detection, continuous. What the fuck? What if I add a collision layer below me? If we add a tile map rectangular, and then we call this ground collision. And what if we instead put a tile map collider 2D, which I think should be fine. Maybe not. Does this actually have a hitbox? Okay, we're still falling. And then we give this the tag called blocking. For this, I am utterly confused. Why can I not add this one? Box collider 2D. What are you on about? ChatGPT, help me. I'm making a game in ChatGPT indeed. In Unity. I'm making a 2D game in Unity. And I want to add some gravity to make a jump. Make an ability to jump. I added a box collider 2D and a rigid body 2D to my character and gave the floor a box collider 2D. However, my character still falls through the floor. What could be the issue? Okay, the box collider needs to be set to static. Check that register to positive value. Okay, let's do like this. Okay, first of all, make sure that the box collider is set to static. What? Make sure that the floor's box collider 2D is set to be a static collider. You make no sense. Oh, static. Whoops. Oh, well, that did fuck all. Let's just make sure that everything is still working with the following objects. It is. Okay, so that's set to static. Not positioned too high or too low. Shouldn't be. Yeah, no, that's perfectly below me. Check that the rigid body 2D gravity scale is set to a positive value. It should be. Gravity scale 1. Right? Show the rigid body is kinematic. Oh, it's not checked. Okay. It's not, it's dynamic. Check the layer setting. Oh, it's possible that your character and the floor are on different layers. Okay, this might be the problem. And the physics engine is not detecting collision between them. Make sure that they're on the same layer or set up appropriate collision layers. Okay, I think that's the issue. But didn't I put them on the same layer setting? This one is set on layer player 1 and sorting layer player. The only thing is that wait, how do you actually detect Because we have one issue. If we set the ground to also be player, is that not going to make it so that... Oh no, because we actually do it by tag blocking, not by the layer called player. Because otherwise there might be an issue of the game thinking that I trot the object because it's collide with the layer called player. Okay, ground player 1, so that's the same. And if we put this on player.
For this.
Yeah, exactly. For this. Sorting layer player order 0. Sorting layer player order 0. Layer up here player 1. Layer up there player 1. That it? For this. Why is that always an issue no matter what I try to do?
For this. For this. For this.
What? Dude, if none of these solutions were, you may want to post a question on the Unity forums. Fuck you. I don't know what to do. My player already has a rigid body and bottom line in the plane floor has a bottom line but doesn't have a rigid body. Every time I press plane, ensure that the player's bot slider isn't in the plane's bot slider as history. Okay. Yeah, that didn't do shit. I'm not sure none of the colliders are marked is trigger. Oh. Okay, one of them actually is. Because the ground needs to be an is trigger to catch the objects falling. But if we use this square instead, which is not, and we put this to static, and we put the layer to player 1 and that layer to player, what happens? It still doesn't work. Okay, change collision detection from the rigid object to continuous. Fixed my problem. Continuous. Start creating a new hitbox. But it's weird because this hitbox does work, otherwise we couldn't catch the thingies. And for this one, you can tell this is the hitbox. So that should be fine. Let's put that on static again to see if that's the problem. The player... Okay, if we remove the is trigger, what happens? That's the issue. But the problem is that if I don't have the is trigger, I can't catch them. And this is obviously a problem. Can you add multiple box colliders to the same object? Because that should actually fix it. If we add a box collider to D that's not triggered. Okay, I think this might actually solve it. Oh, but I can't change the... Oh yeah, this is the new one. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna solve the issue. Oh, and then on the first one is this one, we add the collision, the is trigger. Okay, so we just need to add two different hitboxes. That was the problem. Sweet! You learn something new every day, eh? Woo! Okay, only problem is I want this to be very precise, as in, can we remove the ground layer for a bit? Because I don't want you to be able to see like the character moving down when you first play the game. So I want to be very precise here. Let's put it right on the edge. Which I think is there. And then let's take the player, change the box collider, and this should be right on the edge as well. But he moves. Now he gets pushed upwards. I don't like that. Which means that we probably set this one too low. He still gets pushed up. Oh wait, is that because he... No, he can't collide with the ground, because that has the is trigger. So this is the only thing he can collide on. Oh. That was good. I can't see that he's moving.
For this. 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 For this.
Okay, seems good. Jesus Christ.
Falling down once he hits the platform. Okay,
Sweet.
right. So now we have our basic physics set up. Now let's make it
Yeah, that just took an hour for me to fix.
so that our character can jump. Here on the character game object, I already have two scripts applied. The base script is what handles the animation, so don't worry about that one for now, since the animations are irrelevant regarding the jump system. So for that, let's open the player script.
At least as of right now, I'm not gonna care about animations.
Okay, here we are. As you can see, it is
I really want to make an RPG. I have confidence in my programming skills, but the art and animation is gonna be rough. Oh, I see. I wanted to make an RPG too. That was the first game I did. I actually even started trying. I was like following a tutorial how to make like a top-down RPG, Zelda style, classics Zelda style. But I did not have enough confidence in my lacking programming skills, so I was like, I should try something easier first.
pretty much empty. All it has is a reference to the player-based component. So we
But that would probably be, if I would have any goal for game development, it would probably be to make a decent top-down RPG. It doesn't even have to be a long game, just one that works, basically. I think that would be quite fun. But first I want to see if I'm even able to finish a game at all. The Legend of Chirpy coming soon, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I even started making it. But the programming was too difficult. But you can see here, my first game, which I gave up on. But it's pretty fun, because then you can start actually doing like... Something I realized I think could be quite fun is actually doing like the level... Like doing the actual map of the game. Now I keep in mind that for this game, I did not do a lot of the programming myself, obviously. Like I was following a tutorial. So just keep that in mind. But I can show you just because it's fun. This was the first thing I started working on. Booyah! So I actually did a pretty massive map. And then I had my little mountain that I was supposed to... I wanted you to be able to find a pickaxe so that you then, like after you found the pickaxe, you could like open the mountain and like get into some cave. But I didn't do a lot here. I made it possible to basically, we can walk around colliding with NPCs, so you can't walk through them. Obviously you can't walk through the bushes. And this is the coolest thing, you can actually open the chests. And it says here, okay, this doesn't actually do anything, it's just a debug log. But it says that you gained 5 gold. Boom! Open another chest. Okay, that's a bit awkward. But here's the thing, when I realized that, okay, I'm too bad to do this. Look sick, yo, thank you, dude. And the thing that I realized made this too difficult is the fact that here, I made it so that for the other chest, something is wrong here with the scripting. Because I have a script for the mountain door, which should be that something like, if you have collected the pickaxe, then you should be able to open the door, and it should say you use the pickaxe and an entrance to the mountain appears. And if you don't, else if, as in you don't have the pickaxe collected, then something's missing. So you should be like, oh wait, I have to do something to be able to get in here. You know, that sort of thing. Keep in mind, right now, we have not gotten the pickaxe. And when I check this door, it says you found the pickaxe and you used the pickaxe. And I'm like, that's not how it's supposed to be. And this was when I started being like, I think I'm getting like way too deep into this. Cheating, basically. It's so weird, because for some reason through the mountain door script, you accidentally also get the pickaxe. Which is not, because, look, I had a good idea. Ooh, what's this? What's this? What? Oh. I wanted to make it a secret little place where if you walk through here, you find a bunch of more gold, and then, boom, you found a pickaxe. And so I wanted you to like have to find this chest before you could open the door, but obviously that didn't work. And I mean, I probably could have gotten it to work if I put a bit of more time into it, but I thought that this was like too big of a project for me to have as my first fucking ever game. So even though this is probably more fun to make in some regard, I decided that before I continue with the fucking Legend of Chirpy, I'm gonna make a simpler game. So that's basically how we got to this part. Because here, even if this is a pretty simple game, we are going to learn a lot of important stuff like adding sound effects, game over scene, which in the other game would have been like the death scene, you know. We were gonna learn how to make a health system and a jump system and upgrades, which is important because in an RPG I feel like you want to be able to like maybe you find some item that gives you more speed, or you can buy a new armor, and like that stuff needs to be working. So it feels good to make it in a simpler form first, you know. So that's basically where I'm at. But yeah, making a like full-on RPG would be fun. Just making like storytelling, I think, would be pretty cool. Did you create this eating game from scratch? I haven't even tried anything from scratch yet. Yeah, I did. When I started it, it was an empty project. But then obviously I've used help. I've used some help. I haven't literally coded everything myself. Obviously I've had to ask ChatGPT for some help sometimes, and I did some stuff. Or quite a lot of stuff, I would even say, especially for someone who actually doesn't actually know how to code. So I'm quite happy. But yeah, basically the only thing I had when I started was the main camera. So the camera that makes you actually see the game. So by technicality, yes, this is made from scratch. And so was the other game, the RPG. But obviously I followed the tutorial for that one. But the thing is that I couldn't follow the tutorial too strictly, because I have so much like creative energy and I just want to fucking start making my own shit. That's why I figured that like, oh, I want to have a fucking mountain door and you need to find the fucking pickaxe and stuff like that. But I was like, it's too much scripting for someone who don't know how to script. I love storytelling. That's what I'm looking forward to most about RPGs. Likewise. Like, dude, making a classic looking Zelda game would be pretty fucking cool. And like, for me, it doesn't even have to be long. Like, if it's a game you can complete in like a fucking hour, I would be happy with that. Like, I just want to, it would just be cool to make something pretty concrete and be like, I made this game, you know? I don't know, I think I'm pretty like creatively oriented, as in yeah, I talked about this with a mate before, because it's like, obviously I'm trying to learn like how to do some scripting and stuff, and I really do enjoy learning stuff. But I also feel like in some regard I'm more focused on the creative aspect of it. Like I want to be able to say, "Ooh, I created something," you know. I don't know.
Play our animations. So in here, let's first listen to player input. So for that, we make a private void update. And now in order to listen to simple input, we simply do if input dot get key down, and let's test for keycode dot space. So on the frame when we press the spacebar, this will be true, and when we do that, we want to jump.
Do we want to use W or space? Maybe both. I wonder if you can do both.
Now, in order to jump, we're going to change something in our rigid body. So let's go up here and make a reference for...
I wish we had a video game programming course at my university. It would be, like, obviously that's the main thing I feel when you're doing this, like, holy shit, everything would be so much easier if I actually knew how to code. So thank God for ChatGPT for helping me out, and for the massive amount of YouTube tutorials. Start menu. We do want to make a start menu at some point. How much money do you think you need to create a game with a good story and soundtrack? In some regard, depending on your skill set, no money. Like, I don't think you technically, like, look, if you're not planning on, if you don't have a huge budget, Unity is free to use. Visual Studio is free as well for the coding. And I mean, then it's more so, if you're gonna do everything yourself, you could do it for free. But obviously, if you need to hire someone to do like art for you or soundtracks for you, then it's going to cost money, and then everything depends on the budget and the quality of the stuff you want. But I think, like, technically you could make a full-on game completely free. Because even then, you have sites like Itch and stuff where you can post your games for free. I don't know how Steam works, if you actually have to pay something to get a game on Steam. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure from start to finish you could technically make a complete game for free. Yeah, but if you have a nice idea, you can buy your game. Good art, music, story is not easy to do alone. True, true. I'm just saying that you could. That's all I'm saying. So, like, technically, you don't need any money, but, like, depending on if you can't do everything yourself, then, I mean, you have to pay people for the work, so, yeah. I got my degree in CS. I wish I'd gone to university that had focus in video games. So wait, CS, what's... Oh, you have a degree in Counter-Strike. That's kind of dumb. I didn't know you had that. I'm joking. CS, dude, Joao. We're on the same fucking level here, man. Oh, computer science. Oh, of course. I got you. I mean, I suspect that it could help you quite a lot. Okay.
Welcome back to Blackthorn Prod. I'm Noah, and I've never...
Okay, I'm just gonna go and have a piss real quick. I'm gonna let you guys watch this video in the meantime. I'm gonna be back in like a minute. Don't worry, but... yeah. See you soon.
actually showed before to anyone. Yes, it's time for me to reveal some epic games I've been feverishly creating in complete secret. I think I've made something that's even better than Hollow Knight, The Binding of Isaac, and Celeste. Let me present to you... No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to share with you my numerous failures and buggy game prototypes. Until now, I've almost only shared my best projects, my finest creations yet. I've only showed you my successes, and that's usually what everyone only shows, their polished, finished successes, their final best results. A quick dive into Steam, for example, reveals hundreds and hundreds of amazing magical games. The art is usually outstanding, and the experiences on show fascinating. Every day I play incredible games that just feel so perfect, like Spelunky and Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire. How do the developers do this? How come are they so damn good? Now let's head over to Pinterest and take a look at some breathtaking art over there. I mean, look at all this, it's amazing. I can now take a quick peek at ArtStation and goggle at a few masterpieces over there. The point I'm trying to make here is that in general, every single day we are confronted with successes. We almost only see everyone's greatest achievements. And so when opening up Unity to work on our own game, or when we want to draw something or whatnot, we can sometimes be filled with a slight feeling of despair, a real lack of motivation. Everyone seems to be so ahead, making stuff that's so much better, more interesting, polished and successful. Playing amazing games like Hollow Knight, or staring at some great art, or listening to wonderful music can have different effects. Either it can fill you with inspiration, joy and a real hunger to make great things yourself, or it can feel discouraging at times. The gap between your skills and theirs
for the rigid body 2D.
Thank you very much, Mario. Thank you very much. Oh, that's awkward. Shit happens. Thank you for letting me know. I had my mic muted. Okay, so what I said was basically that I kind of want to see how he codes this first. Just, I'm not sure we want to do this the exact same way. Because I think I want to make it so, just it seems like he's gonna use only space for jumping. I think I want both W, upward key and space to be jumping. Because right now, one of the nice things about Unity is that they have some pretty sweet stuff. So if we check my play movement, basically, okay, all this stuff is just the stuff to swap my character, whether he's going right or left, which is, it looks dope. And this is also not important. Like, literally, this line... Let's see here. Yeah, this line is literally the line that makes me able to move. Like, that's pretty fucking sweet. So, and by using just this horizontal value, it makes it so that I can use both AD and the arrows to move. And so in the other game, the only thing we did was to add a float Y input get axis raw vertical. And now you can use WSAD and arrow keys to walk around. So it automatically gives you both arrow keys and WSAD movement, which is pretty nice. So that's the reason why I'm saying that for the jump, depending on if you want to play with only the arrows, only WSAD, or like WSAD and the spacebar. I think I want you to be able to choose, you know. But I think that should be pretty easy, because I assume that we can just do keycode.space, like, or keycode.w. I don't fucking know. I assume you could.
So with our reference, we can now go in here and modify the rigid body.velocity. Velocity is how fast the rigid body is moving, so by changing it directly, we will have a correct jump instead of adding force, which would be more gradual. So velocity takes a vector 2. For our vector 2, we want it to move up, so we do a vector2.up, and then multiply it by a certain jump velocity. So let's do in here a float for the jump velocity, and then we multiply it in here. Okay, so that should do it. When we press our spacebar, we are modifying the velocity to make our character jump up. Let's see. Okay, there's the character sitting on the platform, and when I press space, yep, there you go. As you can see, it did indeed jump up and fell down.
The only thing I don't understand is, what is the player base? Get component. Oh, is that why he named his player? No, his player is named player. Oh, player base is the script he has for the animation.
Regarding the jump system. So for that, let's open the player script. Okay, here we are. As you can see, it is pretty much empty. All it has is a reference to the player base component, so we can play our animations. So in here, let's first listen to player input.
I understand.
So for that, we make a private
so we don't
void
have to care
update.
about that at all.
And now in order to listen to simple input, we simply do if input dot
Makes
get
sense.
key down, and let's test for keycode dot space. So on the frame when we press the space.
Okay. Input dot get key down. Okay, I think we are going to ask a question to ChatGPT here. In Unity and C#, there's a code. You can use a code like this. Private void update if input dot get key down. You're going to understand this in just a second, I promise you, what I'm trying to do here. Key code dot space. You can use a code like this to get the key to choose a key for the player to use later on, scripted to make him jump. In this case, the specific key chosen is the spacebar. Here's the code. Say that I want to use either the spacebar, the W key, or the fucking, how do I say this? Arrow up key to jump. How would I change this line? Say I want to, let's phrase this better, have the option to use the spacebar, the W, and the arrow up key to jump. How would I change this line? Fuck you. I am a human. You can modify the code to include additional keys by using the logical OR operator. Oh, okay, I don't know what you call those, 2 lines, whatever, between the different key codes. Here's an example of how you can modify the code to include a spacebar, W key, and a arrow key for jumping. So we would instead say if input get key down key code space line input get key down key code W input get key down up arrow. Okay. Perform jump action here. Okay, that makes sense. Easy.
Bar, this will be true. And when we do that, we want to jump. Now, in order to jump, we're going to change something in our rigid body. So let's go up here and make a reference for the rigid body 2D.
You know, okay, this feels... That was like my main issue here, so I think I can actually start coding. And this is going to be... here in the player movement. So what does it do? First of all, we have Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Interesting, I would say Coca-Cola, but if you ask me about Fanta or Zingo, I don't know, I would probably say Zingo, to be honest. Pepsi? I don't know, to be fair, this is ironic because I just drank Coke, but I think Coke is one of the most overrated sodas. You wanna know what the real fucking shit is? You guys don't even know. Holy shit. You guys don't even know. This is the fucking soda you want, okay? Fucking Trocadero. This is the shit. This is the best fucking soda there is. I think it's actually I think it's apple and orange soda. A Swedish one. This is without doubt my favorite soda. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, it's Swedish. So, what do we need to do? First of all, save the game. Second of all, we need a my favorite is root beer. People say it tastes like medicine, but I love it. Here's the shit. Cola Coca. Oh, it's some like off-brand drug. Holy shit. Sagres or Superbock. I would say Superbock. But that's just because I've had Sagres as well, but only like once or twice. Whereas I drank quite a bit of Superbock. I even ordered Superbock here once. Because my fucking local liquor store stopped selling its pieces of shit. Okay, private, rigid body, nope. Rigid body 2D, rigid body. That's what we're going to name it. Yeah, we do have Superbock in Sweden. Not a lot though, like most places I walk into. In Sweden we only have one place where you can buy alcohol to bring home, that is. Obviously you can buy it in bars and restaurants and stuff, but if you want to bring it home, there's only like one chain in all of Sweden. Government owned, you know. But most of them that I've been into don't have Superbock. Mine used to have it, but they stopped a few years ago and I got so fucking pissed about it. But the good thing is that you can still order it. So I can order Superbock to that store and I would just go and pick it up. So I've actually done that once or twice. I should probably do it again. It's nice. I like Superbock. Wait, did he make Private Void Awake? Did he? Oh no, that's
animations.
Oh, that's only for his Yeah, that's for the animations, okay. So here's the private void update. I have a fixed update. I don't think that matters, to be honest.
Input.
Okay, let's start here and do ability to jump. Movement sideways. So
.get key down, and let's test for keycode.space. So on the frame when we press the spacebar, this will be true, and when we do that, we want to jump. Now, in order to jump, we're going to change something in our rigid body. So let's go up here and make a reference.
And then here we have to change this a bit more. We want to add boom boom, and then basically rewrite that now. Did we want to rewrite the whole thing? If input key down cheat code space. And then we do it for each key. So or input dot get key down key code dot w, and oh wait, we should not have double here. We should have okay, I see. And then input dot get key down key code dot, was it arrow up arrow up arrow, and then here we do need to have 2 of these. Okay.
For the
don't have it in supermarkets, or supermarkets only sell beer that's like, you know, 1 to 2%. You know, you can't actually buy any like stronger alcohols in like supermarkets and such. Like if you want to buy like real alcohol or whatever, I mean obviously there's alcohol in something with 1%, but you know, it's like light beer. If you want anything other than that, there's only one chain you can go to in Sweden. We have a beer called Sueca. You do? Oh, and you have cards on the logo because of the card game. Oh, I see, that's cool.
rigid body 2D. So with our reference, we can now go in.
Wait, why did he add that here? Oh, is that just to... I don't think I need that, do I? Fuck.
And when we do that, we want to jump. Now, in order to...
It's not famous, but you have it? Okay. You know, Snowbeard, don't think so.
Jump, we're going to change something in our rigid body. So let's go up here and make a reference for the rigid body 2D.
Yeah, I don't know. Do I need this part, or does he use that only for... Which is this other part here, that was just for the animation. I wonder if this is just to control the animation as well. I'm not sure I actually need that. I think I'm gonna skip it for now.
So with our reference, we can now go...
Also, he actually called this private rigid body 2D, rigid body 2D. So let's do the same.
Go in here and modify the rigid body dot velocity. Velocity is how fast the rigid body is moving, so by changing it directly, we will have a correct jump instead of adding force, which would be more gradual. So velocity takes a vector 2. For our vector 2, we want it to move up, so we do a vector2.up and then multiply it by a certain jump velocity. So let's do in here a float for the jump velocity, and then we multiply it in here. Okay, so that should do it. When we press our spacebar, we are
Okay, so float, so we can have a decimal number, and then we name this float jump velocity, and we put n. It's the top 1B in the world, sold at least. Oh shit, that's mad. No, I don't think I recognize it.
modifying the velocity to make our character jump up. Let's see.
Oh, let's not forget the semicolon.
Okay, there's a character sitting.
And then, okay, times jump velocity. Should we try this? See if it works. It's Chinese. Oh, okay.
For this,
I can't jump. What if I hold it? Ska knyta mig lycka till med kodknackningen. Tack bror, tack. Tack för att du tittar förbi. Ha det gött, så gott. Okay, now let's try hold it. Doesn't make any difference.
for this,
Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Player movement.fixed update. Okay, line 24. What's not set? Flow jump velocity. So jump velocity should be set. Vector2 dot up. Private rigid body 2D. Body 2D. Rigid body 2D. Dot velocity. It's the same.
Velocity to make our character jump up. Let's see.
Is it because I don't have the private void awake? Wait, can I put that as start? Does that matter? Let's try. Let's just try to see what happens. Rigid body 2D equals transform dot get component rigid body. Oh no. .2D. Let's try to make it like this and see what happens. Okay, no errors, that's good. I don't know what the difference is between void.
for this, for this, for this, for this, for this.
Okay, we can definitely jump. That's one thing that's certain. Woo!
For this, for this, for this, for this.
I think we jump a bit far though, don't we? Player. Did I get a thing that I can change here? No. Super jump indeed. Wavefall, no power and lights. Yeah, I don't know why he fell just by falling like 100 meters. Can I not make this float earlier? And also, do I really need to... I don't need to name this here, right? I can just do this. And now, I should be able to change it in the inspector. Okay, that did not work. Oh, right. Okay, so if I remove this, and we put it up here instead, and we name it into a public float called jump velocity. Can I do that? Yeah, and then we put 1 here. What happens? Because now we can more easily change. Okay, it works. It doesn't work every time. 3. It doesn't always work. Okay, now it does. It's a bit iffy. Oh, you know what it is? No? It's weird, I feel like... Can't jump a lot of times. No, it's because you're under the... Still? No. Okay, now it works. No, it doesn't. Okay, something is a bit odd. Let's see if he addresses something.
Okay, there's a character sitting on the platform, and when I press space, yep, there you go. As you can see, it did indeed jump up and fall down. Now, the jump feels a bit floaty, so we can play around with the values to get a nice jump feel. Here on the rigid body, we can modify the gravity scale. So by increasing it, we can make the jump much less floaty. Okay, so these values are obviously going to depend heavily on the scale of your sprites and your levels. But in this case, a gravity scale of 25 and a jump velocity of 100 makes...
Mine is so small, I only needed 3. He had to use 25.
For a nice jump. Here it is in the game, and if I jump, yep, I have a much better jump. It's much less floaty and much more accurate. Okay, great. In here we can also go into the constraints in order to freeze our rotation so the character doesn't bounce around when you go to an edge.
Oh, that's probably good. Oh yeah, that's also an issue. I might need to change the collision layers a bit. Because right now, I might be able to actually jump. Oh, okay, I can't jump out, it seems like. Okay, no, it's fine, we can't jump out. But there's still something going on, like, I feel like I can't jump enough. Oh, okay. There's something happened. Okay, yeah, we probably need to do that. That was in the rigid body, and then you freeze Z, which is rotation. Now it should be fine. But there's still something going on, like every now and then I can't jump. It's not my keyboard messing. And then all of a sudden it works pretty good, and then it doesn't. This is weird. Oh, apparently I can double jump. Oh, you know why? Oh, I can only double jump because I touched the pastel, and they actually have a box collider. So you can't double jump, but if you touch the personligata, then you can double jump. To be honest, I kinda like that. But there's still something is not working as it should. Okay, actually we can double jump. But it's so weird, there's like it feels like I have a cooldown on it. Like all of a sudden, because I'm only pressing up now. Sometimes he only does 1, sometimes he does 2, 3, and now I can't jump.
Now, one issue that we do have in here is that essentially we can keep jumping. So if I spam space, as you can see, he just keeps jumping.
Yeah, but mine doesn't like... I feel like it doesn't really register the buttons well enough. Because I assume that should mean that I should also be able to jump like him, and I can't. I wonder if it's because I didn't use the awake. Maybe we should change that just to make sure. Because obviously he had a... What did he have? A private void awake, and I'm using private void start. So let's actually change this. Let's steal this part. And then we had a new one called private void awake. ChatGPT, I think you can fix this. I think this might be the issue. Let's try using awake instead. Let's see what happens. Also, let's save. I think it was a while ago. Nope. It's still a bit weird. I wonder why. I wonder how. Yesterday you told me about the blue sky. Private void awake. Rigid body 2D equals transform get component rigid body 2D effects. Oh, also we're using fixed update. Should we change that as well? Maybe we should make everything exactly like he did, just to be sure. So after this one, let's do private void updates. In my mind, fixed update was a better version of update, but there might be some issue here, I don't even know. Because now we have everything exactly like he has. Oh yeah, this is so much better. Now it's actually registering all of them. And now I can jump out of the map, but it doesn't matter, because I think I can jump up again. Let's see if I can get back. Yeah, here we go. Okay, it seems to be working now.
Okay, so that's your jump field. Okay, so here on the rigid body, it did indeed jump up and fall down. Now the jump feels a bit floaty, so we can have a nice jump. In this case, a gravity scale of 25, jump at freeze our road edge. Just keeps jumping non-stop, and essentially our character can fly. So that means we need to test when the character is on the ground, and only if the character is on the ground, then we can jump. So let's go into the code, and now in here we only want to do this jump if our character is grounded. So in order to test if the character is grounded, we have several options depending on how we want our game to work. The simplest way possible is just with a simple raycast. So you do a raycast from the center pointing down and you test it. That works fine, but it only works on a perfect line, meaning if your character is on an edge, the center of the character will not be on top, so it will not count as being grounded.
That doesn't
If you
really
want
matter
your character
for me,
to
though.
essentially occupy just 1 pixel, that would be a valid way. However, for our character, we're using a box collider, so we want it to occupy more than just a single point. So instead of a raycast, we're going to do a box cast. So let's go in here, make a private bool, call it isGrounded.
Holy shit, there's a lot of code to make this thing jump. Is grounded.
And in here, we're going to go into the Physics 2D class and do a box cast. So we need an origin for our box, and the origin will be our box.
Yeah, this is the
collider.
same
So
one
let's
I
go-
used to make the character not walk off the map. We also use a box cast. And now we're gonna do it
here and
downwards
grab
instead.
that reference, a reference to our box collider 2D. So we can use the box collider dot.
Wait, what did you do? Oh yeah, we have to name the private box collider 2D. Box collider 2D, and then he also put that on the awake. Box collider 2D equals transform get component box collider 2D. Okay, something here messed up. This should be capitalized and this should be capitalized.
Bounds dot.
Did I miss anything? No.
Center. So the center of the box
Where did I
collider is going to be
put
our
my
origin.
bool? Okay.
For the size, we use the same size as our box collider. Now for the angle, we don't want the box to be rotated, so we just give it 0. And for the direction, we want to point down. So let's do a vector2.down. And we want to move down by just a tiny amount, just enough to check if there's something in there. So in here, we need to multiply by a certain distance amount. So in this case, let's say just 0.1f. This is just so that the box cast that we're doing is just slightly offset from where the player is sitting. Okay, so this is our function.
0.1f.
And this box cast returns a raycast hit 2D. So raycast hit 2D.
Holy shit, mate.
And then all we need to do is check if the raycast hit 2D.collider, if it is different from null. If it is, then that means we hit something, so we are indeed grounded. So just for...
What? Okay. Raycast hit 2D. Name raycast hit 2D equals the physics 2D thingy. Okay. Dude, this is a lot. I don't really understand this, but can't be bothered right now. Let's see. Return raycast hit 2D.
testing, let's do a debug.
Wait, raycast dot collider is not equal to null.
Log to make sure we are hitting what we want. And here on update, we're only going to jump if our character is grounded and we press the spacebar. Okay, that should do it. Now let's see. So here is the character on the platform. However, here in...
Hey, go back. Semicolon. Okay. So then private void update if how do we do this? We do if is grounded and
that should do it.
Then I should be able to remove this one, input key down.
Now let's see. So
okay, let's try. See what happens. Okay, no errors, that's good. I can still double jump though.
For this.
here is the character on the platform. However, here in the log you can see an issue. The raycast is hitting the player's hitbox. So essentially we still have the same behavior where we can essentially jump since he's hitting the player hitbox, so he's constantly grounded. What we need is to ignore the player's hitbox and test for the platforms only. For that we can use a layer. So we click here on layer, add the new layer. This will be the layer for our platforms. And now we go into our platform sprite and we set it to the platform.
For this platform. Am I not gonna fall through now? Okay, now it seems fine.
Platforms layer, okay. And now we can go back into our code. And up here, let's add a field for a layer mask. So a private layer mask. This is essentially what describes which layers we want to hit with our raycast. We're going to set this in the editor, so let's make it a serialized field.
What the fuck,
Let's see how it looks in the editor. Here we have field.
Yeah, this is a new one. Serialized field.
Let's see how it looks in the editor. Here we are on the player. As you can see, there's the layer mask. We're going to set this to only hit on platforms. So our layer mask will only hit platforms. And now back in the code.
Wait, what?
So our layer mask will only...
On the script, I don't have that. Did I mess something up? Are you missing... Oh, something is incorrect. Oh, serialize field. Private layer mask. Layer mask. Okay, let's try it like this. See if it makes a difference. There we go. Layer mask platform.
Let's see how it looks in the editor. Here we are on the player. As you can see, there's the layer mask. We're going to set this to only hit on platforms. So our layer mask will only hit platforms. And now back in the code. Let's rename this to platforms layer mask, just to make a better name. And down here, when we are checking if we are grounded, on this function we can also pass in a layer mask. Okay, so that's pretty much...
What? Platforms lemma. Oh, I just put that at the end. In the bool thingy. Okay, so I think I'm just supposed to add platform layer mask here then.
Much it. So now this boxcast will only hit things that are on the platform layer. So we can now go back and test and see if our ground code is now correctly working. And yep, here it is in the log. As you can see, it's no longer interacting with the player, but rather with the platform. So in here, I can press space, and yep, there you go, a normal jump. And if I spam space, yep, there you go, I can no longer fly. Now I can only jump when I'm touching the floor. Right, great. So we now have vertical jumping working perfectly fine.
I can still
fly. Now that we have that, let's deal with some movement whilst in the air.
Oh.
So before that, I'm going to write some quick, simple movement code.
But I can still keep jumping. Something is not working. Serialize field, private layer mask, platforms layer mask, private rigid body to the rigid body, but slider to the, yeah. Private void await, rigid body to the transformed component rigid body, okay. Bot slider to the transformed component, bot slider to the. Wait, I have two bot colliders. Does that make a difference? I don't know. But everything else seems to be working, so it shouldn't be an issue. And that seems to be correct.
For this.
Okay, it's something to do with the last code, because we're still connecting with something even when we are in the air. Private pool is grounded. Radius blah blah blah. Physics 2D bots collided to the dot bounce dot center. Bounce size 0f vector dot 2 dot down. Oh wait, he only has one f there. Platforms layer mask. I hope that's correct. Okay, let's try again. Did this change anything? Come on now.
For this.
Nope. We can still fly. Return raycast state to the collider is not equal to null. Is grounded. Now if grounded and input get key down, code space, or that one, then we should jump, rigid body velocity, 82 up times jump velocity. Everything seems correct. The fuck?
Okay, so here is the movement code. I want this video to be focused on jumping, so I won't go into too much detail, but let me know if you would like a video focused on various types of movement. So in here, all I'm doing is checking for the left and right arrow keys. When no key is pressed, then the rigid body.velocity simply stops. When I'm pressing left, I put the velocity on minus move speed and on right on plus move speed. So this makes our movement very snappy and controlled. So let's see it in action. So I can move to the left, move to the right, I can jump, and yep, there you go, I have full control over movement. Okay, now let's add our animations to make this all look much better. Okay, so here is the set animations code. We just character on the platform. However, here in the log you can see an issue. The raycast is hitting the player's hitbox.
Player. What did mine say? Yeah, so that is the issue. I'm still hitting the player hitbox.
So essentially we still have the same behavior where we can essentially jump since he's hitting the player hitbox, so he's constantly grounded. What we need is to ignore the player's hitbox and test for the platforms only. For that we can use a layer. So we click here on layer.
This one has the layer called platform. Whereas this one has that one, and the platform's layer mask is platform, so that should be
the new
correct.
Layer.
It must be
this will be the layer for our platforms.
Still don't work. No, I can still fly, that's the issue. Everything else seems good. I like the jumping, but it's that I can keep spamming it.
And now we go into our platform sprite.
But we do know the reason why. It's because we are still... It's basically we coded something to make sure that the game knows if I'm on the ground, so it will only allow me to jump if I am in contact with something. The problem is that now I'm in contact with myself. So I must have messed up somewhere here when he explains.
And we set it to the platforms layer, okay. And
I
now we can go
that.
back into our code.
Yeah.
And up here, let's add a field for a layer mask. So a private layer mask. This is essentially what describes which layers we want to hit with our raycast. We're going to set this in the editor, so let's make it a serialized field. Let's see how it looks in the editor. Here we are on the player. As you can see, there's the layer mask.
Yeah.
We're going to set this to only hit on platforms. So our layer mask will only hit platforms.
Yeah.
And now back in the code. Let's rename this to platforms layer mask, just to make a better name.
Platforms layer mask.
And down here, when we are checking if we are grounded.
Yeah, I think this is where something messed up. So, which is this one? If, oh no, let's see, is grounded, blah blah blah, and then input get key down. That should all be correct. Here is the problem. I just hit 2D physics 2D, ba 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 ba.
On this function, we can also pass in.
Okay, so he did a comma afterwards, that's fine.
Mask. Okay, so.
But here's the issue. He just copy pastes this shit, so I can't actually see the end here.
In a layer mask.
Okay. Thank you very much for not showing the full code. But I assume we just put the platform layer mask there. This spot.
Okay, so that's pretty much it.
I'm so confused. 931. Yeah, thank you. He changes the parameters of the box straws from vector 2 down dot 1f to vector dot down 0.1f. So if you can still fly, this might be the issue. Okay, let's check this. Vector 2 dot down times dot 1f, and he changed it to... Oh, he put a comma there. Comma. What? The box starts from vector 2 down. This is the only vector 2 down, right? Yeah. From vector 2 down times dot 1f to vector 2 down, comma, point 1f point. Oh, no, there's a comma after. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Sounds like that might have been the issue. Come on now. Please work. For this. Exactly. I can still jump though. Or fly, rather.
So now this boxcast will only hit things that are on the platform layer.
For this. Recast blah blah blah. Physics 2D dot boxcast. Box collider 2D dot bounce dot center, comma box collider 2D dot bounce dot size, comma 0f, comma vector dot down, comma 0.1f, comma platforms. But though this guy put a dot after, so let's actually try and change it to a dot just to see if that makes a difference. I can't see it in the actual script. Yeah, no. So this is unplayable. So that can't be, it can't be a dot there. It must be a comma. Vector 2 dot down, comma dot 1f, comma platform layer mask. It's so annoying that I can't see the end there. That's not the same error that I'm having though. I'm so confused. At 9:31 it changes the parameters of the box cross from vector.down times .1f to vector2 down comma .1f. Five hours of troubleshooting, this was the problem. Damn, I relate. Besides the fact that was the problem, because it didn't seem to fix it for me. .1f, that phone name was. Okay, let's see. Square. No.
For this.
So it doesn't really say that I'm hitting something, but I can still jump. There's null. That's interesting. So is it something wrong with the if statement? Because now it seems to be taking that correctly. So if is grounded. What did we name is grounded? Oh yeah, private bool is grounded. That seems correct. And if is grounded, boom boom, and boom boom boom, and then just make sure that we have two of those, and we do. I think I'm gonna move this flow jump velocity. Bro, coding is so complex. No joke, my dude. He put this after the private void update. If grounded. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, it's supposed to be above the rigid body .2 velocity. Oh my god, this is so confusing. Public float. Hey, why did you move down? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wait, let's go back here. There we go. Why can I not? Okay, I think that's how we want it. Unless I just messed up everything. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of... Okay, go back, go back. Oh shit. Okay, what have I done now? Whoops. Okay, yeah, we removed the flow jump velocity. So we need to rename that one. And now I want to put it on the right place, which should be here, because this is where he put it. Float jump velocity equals, but I don't want to do that. I just want to do this. Boom. Does that work? Jump velocity 3, okay. Use of unassigned local variable. But is that not what I just did? I just assigned it. So confusing. Okay, let's try this instead. Now I won't be able to change it through the inspector, but that doesn't really matter, because as soon as we have this one, we might do super jump now. It's not entirely impossible.
For this.
Okay, I don't seem to be able to fly though.
For this. For this.
Okay, let's try and raise that a bit. Let's do 5. I don't remember, what did I have? Did I have 3? This might be a big jump.
For this. For this.
Nope, we
For
can
this.
still fly.
For this.
For this, indeed. 3. Why? Wait, did we... Is this still correct? Yeah. I think that should be correct. It's only one of those, okay. This is so confusing. If is grounded, which is the private pool, is good. Not equal to null. Seems fine. Private void update. I do have another raycast hit 2D here, which is for this box cast. I wonder if that matters. But that pod still works fine, doesn't it? Because I can still not walk out of the map. That's fine.
For this.
The problem is that we can still fly. And also this is way too high. 1.5. Don't need this anymore.
So we can now go back and
What am I doing wrong here? Did I set the thing right? Yeah, platform. And this one is on the layer called platform. That shouldn't matter. Because it seems to be working if we look in the console. Oh wait, null. Oh, now it actually doesn't even say that I have contact with the thingy below me. But we can still jump. Oh wait, let's save this before we do say anything. Come on now. Come on, come on.
For this.
Okay, so here it does seem fine. Oh no, it is not. I can still fly. For this. Okay. ChatGPT, please help me. The code to jump now looks like this. I can jump, but however the you can steal the code from another game, or ChatGPT can steal it for me. I'm messing. I can jump. However, I for this, if I keep spamming jump, then player keeps jumping even while in the air. Even though this script should make sure that the player can only jump while being grounded. I have set the layer mask to platforms, and I've set the inspector of the player with this script, and I've set the platform to have the layer called platforms. What should be the issue? Do your magic, ChatGPT. The issue with the corresponding code is that the check for the jump key and round state is not being evaluated together as a single condition, but instead they're evaluated separately using the OR. This means that as long as the player keeps pressing jump, jump will be treated in regardless of whether the player is. To fix this, you need to group check for the jump key and the ground state together using parentheses. Oh. Oh, is it because I have too many keys? Because if is grounded and... But can I not just do another one here? Oh, is that what I'm missing? If I just do... this, is that enough? Is that enough to solve it? Oh, and then we add a third one here. Okay, this might not be correct. I'm gonna try it anyway. Am I breaking my game or not? Let's find out. I can't jump at all. Okay. Should we try what ChatGPT said then? So in that case, we do a if statement, like if the input, if we get this input, either of these inputs, and boom, and if is grounded, then that should happen. Okay, let's try. Please work. So the reason it might not have worked for us is because I added more keys. Private is not valid for this item. 47. I think you're lying. Because that worked all the time before. 39. Private pool is grounded. Is that not what he had though? Private pool is grounded, yeah. But we're missing some... What are we missing? Oh. This one. And then you're supposed to go back here. Right? Hold us. Did I mess something up? Wait, I'm not sure. I might have messed something up here. With the private void awake. Down to that one. We have the private void update. Which should stop. No, that should stop before the private pool is grounded. So here we should have one of these. I think that was the issue. And then there we go. Okay, I think this is how it's supposed to be. Come on now. Okay, no errors, that's good.
For this. For
I
this.
can't jump though. Oh shit. Group to check for the jump key and the run state together using update. But this is different. What you're saying that I should do and what you're typing here is not the same. I'm not sure about that, ChatGPT. Okay. Come on. I'm slowly realizing that programming is basically just troubleshooting. It's still not working. Null. No, it says null all the time. Okay, yeah. I don't know what the problem is. I can't seem to find it at the moment. So we are currently working on the jump ability. Next should be the health system. But we did get some sounds today at least. That's nice. And I mean, we do have the jumping ability, it's just not working exactly as we want. But I think this, unfortunately, is all I have time for today, because it's getting pretty late here. Let's make sure we save this. See, we might continue a bit tomorrow. I mean, look, we might not be progressing super fast all the time, but we are progressing, and I think that's the most important thing. I'm feeling good. Next step, buy an iPad to draw the game. Yeah, I don't know how that works, because I know with Unity you can actually make games for, like, you know, iPads and phones and stuff as well. But I think I'm gonna keep this simple, just do it like this for now. But yeah, GG guys. So far so good. We have to keep troubleshooting this tomorrow or something. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I might do another stream like tomorrow in the evening or something and try to make a little bit more progress. But still feels good. We didn't only troubleshoot today. Most of it was troubleshooting, but we did get some stuff working, so that feels good. Once again, thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Okay? Bye bye. Bye bye.